Good morning, everyone. Welcome to PWLIS English YouTube channel. Please confirm whether audio and video is clear. Good morning, Ranjit. Konnichiwa. Namaskaram. Good morning, Samarth. Good morning, Diya. Good morning, Lavanya. Mahesh, Lily, Veerpal, Dharani. Let's wait for 1 minute. Prajwala's journey. Prince Mitashi, Sanchita, Sindhu, Lighthouse, Jyotika, Snigdha, Reshma. I'm fantastic, Reshma. Thank you for asking. Ankita, Kiran, Kammagani, Nikhil sir from Rajasthan. Badhiya, Prince Mitashi, Mystic, Arjun, Rashi Kumar. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Akhil, Abraham, Jackie, Rajesh, Subhashish, Prem Kumar. Okay. So once again, good morning, everyone. Welcome to PWOLI IAS. We are here again back with another marathon series video. And this UPSC marathon has started, like now it's been like close to 1 month, we can say. All class notes will be available free of cost on the PW app, Udaan 2026. Every day we will be having this series, Monday and Thursday. So the next class obviously is on Thursday. It's the biggest free series. To access, enroll now through the link provided in the description. These are the faculties who will be handling different subjects. So Harpreet Singh will be handling geography, places in news and mapping. Pritesh sir, science and tech. Abhishek sir, ancient and medieval history. Ranchan sir, Indian economy. Pavan sir, art and culture and modern history. Dimple ma'am, environment. Manjeet sir, CSAT. And I'll be handling polity. And polity I have already covered. And then we'll be handling government schemes. All right, people. इतना सुबह ये उतना सुबह भी नहीं है. Who is that? Prince Mitashi. Prince, classes normally start at many academies. The classes starts at 6 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, there are academies that starts their first class in the morning at 6 a.m. Students come over there. So we have topics or the schemes, whatever we are covering it under various ministries first. That is what we are doing. So from Ministry of Agriculture, Ayush, Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Commerce and Industry, Education, Electronics and Information Technology, Finance, Heavy Industries, Housing and Urban Affairs, Health and Family Welfare, Jal Shakti, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Rural Development, Road Transport and Highways, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Labor and Employment, Railways, New and Renewable Energy, Science and Technology, Communications, Power, Coal, Tourism, Corporation, Petroleum and Natural Gas, Textiles, Women and Child Development, and Ministry of Development of Northeast Region. These are the topics that we are going to cover over here. And finally, we will be covering some schemes from the economic survey also. All right, people. So without any further delay, let us get into it. Ministry of Agriculture, Kisan Pehchan Patra. So when it comes to schemes, let me tell you a little bit, especially I would say this for the students who are generally from South India. Little bit of awareness of these Hindi words or Sanskrit words is good, because that will take care of half of your trouble. So Pehchan, identity, is that what that word means. So what is it basically? The purpose of it is Aadhaar linked, dynamically connected to state land records, includes demographics, crops shown, ownership details, mandatory for the new PM Kisan beneficiaries. What is the whole idea here? You're creating like an identity card for your farmers. So not just an ID card. It is like what is the land grown, the crop grown, every detail will be there. And this is now mandatory if you need to be eligible for the whoever is enrolling for PM Kisan beneficiaries. I've told this multiple times in my public administration class also. That is from this year 2026, 2027. These 2 years are very crucial for the simple reason that first of all, you're conducting a lot of survey, the government. Second of all, every nook and corner, if you see, government is now filtering the data. Government is filtering the data to the point where they are like, okay, we need to actually, get proper data, proper count of everybody. So even if you look at the informal sector, even if you look at the census, even if you look at special intensive revision conducted by ECI, the intention is this data. Because once you have the pakka proper data, 90% of your trouble is over. So that is the point here. Target by March 25. 6 crore farmer IDs have been issued so far. Farmers registered in state land records. They will be covered. Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Farmers Registry under Agri-Stack of Digital Agriculture Mission. So this Agri-Stack of Digital Agriculture Mission means it's like literally as they say, stack it is. A stack of information or a bundle of information in the digital format as far as Indian agriculture is concerned. Clear? Moving on, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, a very old scheme, to be very, very honest, but it is always in news. 2016 it started, it will continue till 25-26. Safeguard farmers against crop loss, covers non-preventable natural risk from pre-sowing to post-harvest. Non-preventable, that means natural hazards before sowing season to post-harvest season. Farmers will have to pay a 2% premium for kharif crop, 1.5% for rabi food crops and oilseeds, 5% for commercial or horticulture. Balance, whatever remaining balance is there, that is shared 50-50 basis between center and state. 90:10 for northeastern states. It is part of almost 70,000 crore financial outlay. Food crops, cereals, millets, pulses, oilseeds, annual commercial and horticultural crops, all are covered. Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. That is the nodal ministry for it. Okay. Moving on. Restructured weather-based crop insurance scheme. Fasal Bima was directly as an insurance scheme given to the farmers. Correct. For various kharif crop, rabi crop, horticultural crop or commercial crop. When it comes to weather-based crop insurance, it was started in 2016. It will also continue till 25-26. Mitigate financial hardship due to adverse weather. Compensation is based on weather triggers instead of actual yield. Weather parameters are used as proxy. It is also part of the 70,000 crore outlay, close to 70,000. Food crops, oilseeds, annual commercial or horticulture crops. The risks covered, that is important for us now. What are the risks covered under this? Rainfall, temperature, relative humidity, wind speed, hailstorms, cloudbursts. Now all these are factors which can actually reduce what? The yield of your crop. But it is not necessary that immediately you will see these yield changes. Correct. Because these relative humidity, etc. Today the relative humidity is declining. It does not mean that tomorrow the yield will reduce. Eventually it will reduce. That is the reason why weather triggers are kept as the factor here for what? For actually determining or rather calculating the insurance. Crop insurance for mass production. That is Fasal Bima Yojana. Fasal Bima Yojana itself is for mass production only, right? Next, Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana, 6 years from 25-26. What is the target here? Uplift 100 districts with low productivity, low cropping intensity, limited credit access. 3 things here. Low productivity, low cropping intensity. Cropping is like, it is not that per acre or per hectare you are getting very good yield. That is also low. Credit access is low. Like that, you are going to target around what? 100 districts. Enhance the productivity, crop diversification, sustainable practices, improve irrigation, augment post-harvest storage at panchayat and block levels, facilitate long-term and short-term credit, convergence of 36 schemes across 11 central departments. Annual outlay is 24,000 crore. 100 districts, at least one district from every state and union territory. Allocation will be based on net cropped area share and operational holdings. That is, land size could be huge, but effectively, how much part of the land is used for what? Agriculture. Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare with state governments, Department of Financial Services and National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development assist in credit data. That is NABARD. So if you see, so far in whatever schemes we saw, this is the first scheme where NABARD's involvement is coming in. Before that, it was not there. Why NABARD's involvement is there? That is the next question, right? Because of this one point here. Credit access. That is why NABARD is getting involved here. Now, NABARD directly does not give loans to the farmers. Understand? NABARD is what? So, RBI is the central monetary authority in our country. NABARD is at the rural level. NABARD's main idea is what? It will be regulating the affairs of the rural banks. That is the point. Moving on. Pradhan Mantri Annadata Ay Sanrakshan Abhiyan. PM Asha started in 2018. It's an integrated scheme. Ensure remunerative prices for farmers through effective procurement operations and price support mechanisms till 25-26. Coinciding with the 15th Finance Commission cycle. The nodal ministry for that scheme, PM Asha, is Ministry of Agriculture and Family Welfare. It is a central sector scheme. Implemented through central nodal agencies in coordination with state government, National Agriculture Cooperating Marketing Federation of India, NAFED, as well as National Cooperative Consumers Federation. These are the two nodal agencies through which PM Asha will be implemented. Alright. Taking it further forward. Price Support Scheme. PSS. These are again components now. Under PM Asha, what are the various component schemes that are there? One is Price Support Scheme. Next is Price Stabilization Fund. Number 3 is Price Deficit Payment Scheme. Number 4 is Market Intervention Scheme. 4 subcomponents are there. Alright. So one by one we will see now. Price Support Scheme. It covers the crops, pulses, oilseeds and copra, meeting fair average quality standards. Ensures procurement at minimum support price. Procurement is managed by NAFED and FCI. Farmers sell directly at MSP through state agencies. That is your normal MSP process. Food Corporation of India will get it directly from whom? The farmers. Through MSP, they'll buy it from the farmers. Direct procurement. 100% procurement of tur, urad, masoor to reduce imports. That is Price Support Scheme. Price Stabilization Fund, pulses and onion. So earlier, if you notice, it was only for what? Pulses was the oilseeds and copra. For them, Price Support Scheme. And again, when you see Price Stabilization Fund, there also we see what pulses are coming back into picture. Why? Maintains buffer stock of pulses and onions. Procurement through e-Samruddhi. NAFED, it's an online portal of NAFED through which they procure pulses as well as onions. E-Samyuk 3 for National Cooperative Consumers Federation. This procurement is triggered when market price exceeds minimum support price. So normally, if you look at the earlier one, Price Support Scheme, this is at a condition generally where market prices are lower than minimum support price. Market prices are lower. So what will happen? Farmers will not get good price. So government will support them by buying the pulses, oilseeds or copra from them at what? MSP, minimum support price. Now a case where price stabilization fund. Why stabilization? Because we have come to a condition where market price is more than the MSP. Market price is more than the MSP, then what happens now? You need to reduce the market price, right? Because otherwise this thing can easily trigger inflation. So the purpose of the stabilization fund is what? Buffer stock of pulses and onion. Because onion is one component, again, like I told you multiple times, TOP. TOP. Tomato, onion, potato. These are three vegetables which are basically required both by vegetarians as well as by non-vegetarians to make any dish that you want. You cannot make any non-vegetarian dish without either one of this. Potato, even if you try to avoid, you cannot avoid tomato and you cannot avoid onion. That is the reality. Both enhances the taste and the flavor. But what if the prices suddenly starts going up? So I need to have a component set aside, a fund set aside, so that in the event the price shoots up, I can pump pulses and onions into the market, supply it into the market from the buffer that I have. This is the idea. Price deficit payment scheme. Key word is deficit. All the oilseeds for whom MSP has not been notified. It is not that all the oilseeds will come under MSP. Some are there which are not covered. Compensates farmers for price difference. Direct payment of difference between MSP and market price to farmers. Coverage expanded to 40% of oilseed production for 4 months. States can choose between price stabilization scheme or PDPS. It is left to them. What they want. They can choose between the two, whichever is higher. Whichever will pay a higher compensation to the farmer in the event of what? In the event of low price. That is the purpose here. Clear? Last one, market intervention scheme for perishable crops such as tomato, onion, potato. Price support for perishable crops. Direct cash payment instead of physical procurement. Coverage increased from 20% to 25% of production. Government covers transportation and storage costs for tomato, onion and potato crops. So the point here is everything is taken care of the government, because for especially these three vegetables. For the BJP government, they have a history with this. One section basically says that during the earlier, when Vajpayee was actually the Prime Minister, they started this campaign called India is Shining. And just a couple of months before the election, the prices of tomato, onion, etc. started going over the roof. 250 per kilo, 150, 200 rupees per kilo it came to. I'm talking about back in 2014. So even today it is expensive, and back then also it is a very expensive pricing. That led to actually the downfall of the government. People never re-elected them back. Because no matter how much of a development or whatever development you claim, when basic prices are very costly, there is no point in what? No point in telling that, yeah, India is shining or India is doing really great internationally, all of that. So the idea behind market intervention scheme is especially to protect the TOP vegetables. Clear? Now, market intervention scheme, they have revamped it. Revamping means made some improvements to it. Guidelines revised to provide better support for farmers dealing with perishable agricultural commodities. It is a component of PM ASHA, implemented on request of state or union territory government, support farmers producing perishable commodities without MSP. They are the top crops, TOP. 50% loss will be borne by state or union territory government, 25% for northeastern states. That is the funding pattern. 50-50 here. 50-50. Now why is this 50-50? Now the idea here is again that states also should take the burden now, not the center alone. This idea behind this revamped market intervention scheme, the larger scheme of thing is government is hell-bent on reducing its fiscal deficit. The central government especially, they want to reduce their fiscal deficit and achieve it within 2030, whatever target they have kept, they want to achieve it by then. So what they are doing is, for most of the things, they are telling, you also take responsibility. Alone, don't put everything on my head. I'm procuring it from your state, I'm procuring it locally, so you also take responsibility. So if you look at most of the schemes these days, they are all from central sector. They are rather becoming today what? Centrally sponsored, where there is equal division of responsibility, or almost equal division of responsibility when it comes to funding between center and states. All right, moving on. Scheme integration included as a component, implemented only when market price falls by at least 10% compared to previous normal year. The procurement limit has been increased from 20 to 25. Option for direct payment of difference between market intervention price and selling price into farmers' bank accounts instead of physical procurement. Instead of physical procurement means what? I am not directly going to buy it from the farmers. That is not going to happen. Instead, if the price has fallen, all right, by how much? By at least 10%, market prices have fallen compared to the previous normal year, then the difference, price difference, will be credited directly into the farmers' accounts. That price difference. Why? Let them sell it to the market itself. Let them sell it to the market. But the prices are less. Whatever is the difference, it will be given by the government. That is the idea. Collection of real-time observations and photos of crops. Cropic. Real-time observation and photos of crop pick. As you know, crop is crop, pick is pick. Crop pick means to cut a picture. But when you talk it in terms of agriculture, it is what? Photos of crops. Proposed under Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, monitor crop health and assess losses using technology. Uses field photographs and AI models for crop loss assessment, funded through Fund for Innovation and Technology under Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Total outlay is 825 crore, comes under the Ministry of Agriculture and Families Welfare. This is the other aspect. Now, I have told you earlier in my current affair class also, MG Narega is being replaced by G Ramji bill. All right, 100 days under MG Narega, assured work. Here it is 125 days. But more than all of this, what is the core highlight of G Ramji? It is that technology will be used to assess the work. Photograph. What did you make? What have you constructed? What aspect of the fund have you used to create something? Those entire details will be now kept recordical. Same thing for Fasal Bima Yojana. See, one thing is guaranteed here in our country, so anything that any scheme of there is there, any scheme is available from the government side to protect the farmers, automatically people will try to make a scam out of it. Scheme se scam kaise kare? That is our ideology basically. Can't blame. We are not a very ethical society. Let us be very, very honest here. Let us not fool anybody. We may write very good answers in ethics paper, but we are not very good as a society. We are not very honest people. So all these jugards will happen where they will say, oh, I have lost now, this lost, that's lost, losses there. Claim insurance from the government. Now that will be assessed. Using photographs, using AI, etc. Everything will be used to know whether it is an original photograph, whether it is fake, whether genuinely there was a crop loss or not. All of it. Clear? This is the point. Taking it further forward, that was with Ministry of Agriculture. So Ministry of Agriculture, in a nutshell, Kisan Pehchan Patra, Kisan Pehchan Patra. Quickly recall what is it? Kisan Pehchan Patra. Put it up in the comment section. Recall. Come on, people. Active recall. Just the core words, keywords. Farmer's ID. Target 6 crore. Alright. That is the main point there. Then Fasal Bima Yojana. What is the premium for Kharif, Rabi, horticultural crops? Just put the numbers. Kharif, Rabi, horticultural. Helping of farmers by Central Government of India to get farmers loan. No. Horticultural 5%, correct? Tariff 1.5%, Rabi 2%. This is the idea. Then central state funding 50-50. For northeastern states, it is 90-10. Restructured weather based crop insurance. Compensation is based on what? Is it based on yield or is it based on weather trigger? Correct? Correct. Very good. Very good. Very good, Dikshit. So it is weather trigger. So relative humidity, temperature, rainfall, hailstones, hailstorms, cloudburst. So rainfall, hailstorms, wind. Okay. Now let us come to Dhanya Krishi. Okay. Yeah, okay. 1 minute. Let us revise it again quickly. PM Dhan Dhanya Krishi. Weather trigger. Agreed. PM Dhan Dhanya Krishi. What does this focus on? PM Dhan Dhanya Krishi. PM Asha will take it up, not now. but PM Dhan Dhanya Krishi. Focus areas. Kartikesh Sharma, this is not the place or time to ask this question. We are doing a revision session here. You may please contact the helpline of PW. And I am not in charge of this QET or whatever it is course you have taken up. This is UPSC channel, for the love of God. PM Dhan Dhanya Krishi. Credit is the main component. Dhan, credit. That means NABARD is involved. 100 districts is the target. Correct. 100 districts is the target. Low yield, low cropping intensity, and less credit access. That is the highlight here. Not nodal agency, nodal. NODAL. Subsidies on loans. No. Correct. Correct. Balaji. All right. Then finally, PM Asha. Price support scheme, price stabilization scheme, then, sorry, not scheme, fund. Price stabilization fund, price deficit payment scheme, market intervention scheme. Price stabilization scheme covers which and all crops? Price stabilization scheme covers which and all crops? It covers pulses, copra, oil seeds. This also covers pulses, comma, onion. Price deficit payment scheme again covers pulses. Sorry, not pulses, oil seeds it covers. Oil seeds not notified under MSP. MIS is exclusively for our TOP. Tomato, onion, potato. Clear, people? I hope you are able to recall it. Because otherwise, if we don't do this active recall at the end of at least 10-15 schemes, you will forget it by the time the class is over. So the idea is we will keep revising it so that it goes into your head. Because now hardly few more days, like what? Hardly one more month is there for UPSC Prelims. So at least that familiarity should be there. Correct. Correct. Dikshit, correct. Now let us come to schemes that falls under Ministry of Ayush. And under that we have Rashtriya Karma Yogi Jana Seva Program. Karma Yogi Jana Seva Program. Jan Seva. Now, this I will tell you again, public administration students, if you are out there, for those people, this is a little more important. But otherwise, if you really ask me, is this really, really important? Nah, Jan lo, that is the point, just to know. Now, this Mission Karma Yogi, now I have told you the background of almost every intervention that is happening in central government employment these days. One of the main idea is that most of the ministers are not at all happy with the way the bureaucracy is functioning. So, Mission Karma Yogi was introduced so as to revamp the working style of central government employees, and that includes All India service officers also, IAS, IPS, central government group A services entirely. The Mission Karma Yogi's basic purpose is, to change the way that the central government servants are functioning. That is the main idea. The Rashtriya Karma Yogi Jan Seva program, Jan Seva public service, first batch inaugurated initiative under Mission Karma Yogi framework, strengthen the spirit of service. Save Bhav. Now, almost all of you will tell it in your interview that, oh, we want to serve the society, serve the society. But the first thing that most of you will probably end up doing once you clear the service is what? Attitude. Correct? You automatically feel, now I have reached somewhere. Now I am something. Now I am great. So I will behave in a certain way. Only a certain set of people should come and approach me. That attitude will come. But the purpose of this Rashtriya Karma Yogi Jan Seva program is to bring the spirit of service, Seva Bhav, enhance accountability, bring meaningful change in public service delivery, upskill individuals and broaden perspective. That is, you improve the skill of the central government employees and also what do? You change their perspective towards society as a whole. Focus on behavioral transformation. Like I told you, that whole aspect of तेरा औकात क्या है मुझसे बात करने का, that you cannot do there. You have to be a servant of the public. That should be your attitude. Employees, interactive methodology replacing lecture-based training, structured discussions, teamwork, problem-solving exercises, emphasis on self-discovery, motivation, leadership, narratives. Basically, it is to make them more what? People-oriented. That is the point. Central government employees are the target, launched and anchored by Capacity Building Commission that comes under Ministry of Ayush. Alright. Then, Spark 4.0, Students HIP Program for Ayurveda Research, Ken, 4th edition 25-26. Ignite research interest, develop analytical skills, integrate classical Ayurveda with modern scientific inquiry, strengthen research ecosystem in Ayush sector. Flagship research initiative promotes scientific curiosity, encourages evidence-based investigation practices, open to students from National Commission for Indian System of Medicine recognized colleges, undergraduate Bachelor of Ayurvedic Medicine and Surgery students, UG. Implementing body is Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences under Ministry of Ayush. So what is the basic idea here? See, we know that India actually spends peanuts when it comes to research and development, 0.6 to 0.7% of GDP. Whereas in China, etc., China, USA, etc., it is 2 to 3%, sometimes even going up to 4% of their GDP. So it's a chalk and cheese difference. So what we are doing currently is we are not exclusively like, okay, research and development, we'll put this much of fund. No. Instead, whichever are our strong areas, there we are putting money in. The idea here is now for what? Improving research in Ayurveda to the extent where you integrate it with modern scientific inquiry. Blend of both. Because there are some cases where Ayurveda, modern medicine will basically tell, okay, go into surgery. That is what they will say. But in most cases, Ayurveda will have a solution for it. Ayurveda will say, no, a massage is enough, this is enough, that is enough. So for my friend's shoulder dislocation, the allopathic doctor actually mentioned, no, you need to go into surgery. But he went and took Ayurvedic treatment. And with that Ayurvedic treatment, what happened was that, yes, 40-45 days he was under complete bed rest. They were massaging him, all that they were doing. But after that 40 days, he literally forgot about that shoulder dislocation or that injury totally. So that is the beauty of it. But there are some cases again where Ayurveda won't have a solution. Case in point being diseases like cancer, or literally where you need to go for an open heart surgery, keyhole surgery, etc. Ayurveda does not have much solution for it. Ayurveda can prevent things, but does not have solution when something becomes, life threatening. For that, you will have to go into surgery. So Spark 4.0 is about blending both and conducting research in it. Clear, people? Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairy. So only two schemes there under Ministry of. One is Rashtriya Karmayogi Jan Seva program. The other one being Spark 4.0. So Spark 4.0 to directly to do with what? Ayurveda research, integrating with modern technology, modern scientific inquiry. The other one being what? The other one being Rashtriya Karmayogi Jan Seva program, which I basically told you, changing the attitude towards the whole thing. Abhi Upadhyay 28. Is this the way your parents have brought you up? Like insult somebody directly and then make a mockery out of it? Well, kudos to your parents then. I am not doing a comedy show over here for me to laugh. This is serious business. You're not interested in studying, for the love of God, just step back, dude. Grow up. Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairy. Revised National Program for Dairy Development. So nothing great here. Yes, not all the schemes are what? That important. Some schemes from this sentence itself you will get to know what is it about. So this is again coinciding with the 15th Finance Commission cycle. Modernize and expand dairy infrastructure, obviously, ensure sustained growth and productivity, infrastructure for milk procurement, processing capacity, quality control, strengthening, improved market access, value addition for better pricing, supply chain efficiency, rural income enhancement. All are basically what? General points. Nothing great is there. 2790 crore is the allocation. Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying. I can guess it out. Even if I don't read the scheme, if at all it comes for the exam, I'll be able to guess what it is about. Correct? This is not at all difficult. So, we can move on. Revised Rashtriya Gokul Mission. Gokul, those of you who have at least familiar with Mahabharata, Ramayana, etc. Gokulam, when we generally say, or Gokul, when we generally say, it is associated with what? Cows. Krishna, cows, etc. December 2014, it was launched. Revised for 21-22 to 25-26. Enhance productivity and conserve indigenous bovine breeds. Conserve indigenous bovine breeds. Indigenous means what? Desi. That is the main ingredient you'll have to remember here. For the Desi breeds. Revised Rashtriya Gokul Mission. Then, scientific breed improvement. Okay, scientifically how to improve the breed. That is the basic idea. Conservation efforts. Conserving indigenous breed. That is also fine. Nothing great. Heifer rearing centers with 35% one-time capital assistance. Heifer rearing centers. What is this heifer? Heifer actually means a female calf. Calf is the right cow, child, calf. It's female. So what do you do here? So you get this female calf, correct? So you get the female calf. Even before that calf reaches the maturity stage, I, using a ultrasound injection, I pull out its ovaries or egg. Not completely, obviously only a part of it. Then I go for in vitro fertilization. Take it out, fertilize it with semen. But even when I'm fertilizing it with the semen, what do? I ensure that the next offspring is what? A female again. Because obviously only female cows will give us milk. Got the point? This way what happens? Natural breeding, which will take time. This inside a laboratory, I can easily now what? Have more and more milk giving cows. And that too, this way when I am doing it, the indigenous breeds population also can be retained and increased. Getting the point here? With 35% establishment of 30 facilities with 15,000 heifers, 3% interest subvention for purchase of high genetic merit in vitro fertilization heifers. Now you'll constantly come across this one term here, interest subvention. What is this interest subvention? Interest subvention is basically like, let us say something is there, some loan is there, where the interest rate is, let us say, 9%. Market interest rate is 9% if I am applying for that loan. But under the scheme, there is a 3% interest subvention, means I need not pay 9. Instead, I need to pay only 6%. So, from the high interest, it becomes low interest. What is the purpose there? The purpose is basically encouraging the farmers to go for high genetic merit in vitro fertilization heifers. That is, you are purposefully picking up. Like I told you, heifer is a female calf. From that, you extract the eggs. I go and put it in a laboratory. I then add semen into it. But even when I'm adding semen into it, I'm trying to ensure what? It has more of X chromosome, obviously, which will give me what? A female calf again. I don't have to wait. The beauty here is that I don't have to wait for the female calf to mature, go for natural breeding, then give a calf. I need not wait till then. I can take the eggs out and put it in the laboratory and start the high genetic, highly, the ones which can bear the vagaries of the weather, temperature changes, etc. I take those high genetic variety and I keep manufacturing, or rather producing these heifers, which will eventually help what? Improving the farmers' milk production, ensure that we have sufficient milk supply, farmers will get additional income. All are the advantages. National Camel Sustainability Initiative. Again, no surprises here. Camel sustainability. It is proposed again, reverse the camel population decline, restore ecological, economic and cultural role. Now, very little desert area we have, geographically speaking. So, but there again, the camel population is important. Multi-ministerial coordination, breeding expansion, genetic conservation, promotion of camel-based livelihood, support for dairy entrepreneurship. I don't know how many of you know it, but camels also give us milk. Value-added camel products, pastoral community, financial infrastructural support. Department of Animal Husbandry, daring with Ministries of Environment, Rural Development, Tourism, State Government, in consultation with Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO. That is important. With Food and Agricultural Organization, we are doing it. FAO is not an Indian organization, by the way. This is a classic case of what? Collaboration happening at multiple level. Why multiple level? Internationally, you have FAO, and then you have the central ministries, then you have the state government. Got the point here? This is the beauty. National Digital Livestock Mission. Again, no surprises. Digital livestock. What is the idea here? Complete count of the livestock in the country. Who is coming from where? Who is going to where? Why do we need this digital livestock? See, now Eid got over very recently, but let me tell you, Indian livestock, especially Indian cow, Indian buffalo, etc., has a huge demand in Bangladesh as well as in Pakistan. Now, Pakistan side, smuggling it is no more that easy, but Bangladesh side, it is still there. Cow smuggling, it is called. So how do they do it? Very, very simple. As you know, Ganga flows in, enters into Bangladesh. Brahmaputra comes from this side also, correct? All I have to do is tie the cow's head to a log of wood. So wood, as you know, will stay, it will float above the water, definitely. So the cow's head will be above the water, cow's remaining body will be under the water, and it is just pushed. Upstream, if I push it, it will come downstream. But the cow can get hurt. What if the cow gets injured? Well, they are not taking the cow away to to take care of it or nothing. They are going to butcher it and make meat out of it and serve it there. Huge demand it has. Prices can go up to 1 lakh per cow during peak season. Earlier, it used to be a major, not a, okay, I wouldn't say major, but yeah, an internal security problem. These days, it is reducing. But all said and done, we need a proper count of what? Even the cows here or the livestock here. Nationwide implementation, create comprehensive digital livestock database, strengthen service delivery and policy planning. Digital platform is called Bharat Pashu Dhan. Mobile app and web portal is there. A 12-digit Pashu Aadhaar with barcoded ear tag. Barcoded ear tag will be there. You would have seen it basically. Especially people living in cities, etc. Sometimes you'll be wondering, like, these cows are left roaming freely, etc. But then if you look carefully, a yellow color tag will be sticking out of the cow's ear. That is a clear sign that, okay, there is Malik hai iska. There is a farmer or an owner for this. Real-time animal registration, breeding vaccination, disease reporting, ownership change, milk recording, traceability using tag IDs and geolocation. 9.5 crore livestock owners have been registered. 35.96 crore animals issued Pashu Aadhaar. Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying under Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying. Clear, people? Nothing great as such here, other than the fact that it will create a 12-digit Pashu Aadhaar. Bharat Pashudan. Okay, so revised Rashtriya Gokul mission. Main highlight is the hyper. All right. Correct. All right, people. Now moving on to the next. Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Diamond Impressed Authorization Scheme. DIA. Under Foreign Trade Policy 2023, effective from April 1, 2025, facilitate duty-free import of natural cut and polished diamonds to boost exports and value addition. Again, core idea is natural, not the chemical ones. Duty-free import of natural cut and polished diamond less than 1/4 carat. Export obligation with 10% value addition. Not applicable to lab-grown diamonds available to exporters with 2-star export house status and above having $15 million exports per year. 2-star export house status. Now, what is this 2-star export house status? If I am an exporter, okay, and I am exporting in a year more like, and I am earning more than $15 million, then I get the status, 2-star status. What is the advantage there? Well, most of the processes, whatever are there, like when it comes to export, be it the duty, be it any refund, whatever it is, most of those processes will be streamlined for me. Because I'm a very valuable exporter. I'm generating that much amount of foreign currency for the country. So what they will give me the status, and based on that, I will enjoy certain set of benefits. Exemption from basic customs duty, additional customs duty, education cess, anti-dumping duty. Customs duty, basic custom. Now, sometimes when you export also some certain customs duty you will have to pay. Not for all the products, some products. Sometimes that customs duty you have to pay. Why? Because Domestically, there will be a shortage. You are exporting, let us say you are exporting wheat to Ukraine, Russia, etc. Because war is going on, and wheat is not being produced in those countries. Wheat production has gone down. You are exporting wheat to those countries, or you are exporting wheat internationally. There is a chance that there will be domestic shortage. Then you'll have to pay this. A basic customs duty will be imposed. But here now, under DIA scheme, there is no customs duty. Why? Because it is not some essential product, right? What are you trying to export here? Diamonds. Diamond is nowhere an essential product. It is actually a luxury good. Additional customs duty. Again, purpose is the same thing. Additional customs duty, sometimes that happens in for the quantity of goods exported. That is, up to a certain level, you will have one customs duty. Up to a certain quantity. You increase above that, then a new customs duty will be levied on you. Education cess. Now, what is cess? Surcharge. Can anybody tell me what is this? What is the answer to this? B. Only two statements are correct. 1 and 2 only. B. Only 1 and 2 is correct. It is not only 1 and 2. Okay. Let us see one by one. Both are tax on tax. That is true. Both are tax on tax. Either it is calculated on as a percentage of GST, or it is calculated on income tax. So that way it is true. only center can levy them. Actually, states also can levy them. State can levy cess, but state cannot levy surcharge on income tax and on GST. Surcharge they cannot do. Cess they can do. Cess can be imposed by states also. So by that definition itself, if you see, only center can levy them. Now, state can levy cess, right? So this statement becomes wrong. State can levy cess. Center shares cess and surcharge with states as per 16th FC. Absolutely not. Center does not share cess and surcharge. That is one of the major complaint against the center. That states center is not sharing enough sufficient funds with the states. Last one, both can be used for any purpose. Absolutely wrong again. Why? Cess is always collected for a specific purpose. So whenever you talk about any cess, education cess, agriculture cess, defense cess, whatever, I'm just giving example. In front of it, one name tag will be there. Education cess, that cess, industry cess, micro, small, whatever. Name is there in front of it. Only for that purpose you can use it. That means if I'm going to collect education cess from you, I can take that total amount only for what purpose? Education purpose. I cannot take it for any other purpose. Got the logic here? Now, when it comes to surcharge, no such condition. Surcharge, whatever is collected by the center, directly goes into the consolidated fund of India. From there, you can use it for any purpose. Use it for defense, use it for roads, use it for highways, use it for airport, whatever, Swachh Bharat, whatever you want, go ahead and use it. Tax on tax. Tax collected on specific purpose. You went and had a coffee. 100 rupees is the coffee's price. 9 rupees you paid on CGST. 9 rupees you paid on IGST. What is the total here? 18 rupees. On this 18 rupees, you had, let us say, a 2% cess. That will be 0.36 rupees. So your final bill amount will be 118.36, which in the final bill they will round it off and they will say 119 rupees. I know normally when we olden zamana, when we will have tea, coffee or whenever, olden zamana means before GST I'm talking about. Before GST etc. generally when it is less than 50 paise, they will round it off like this, 118. They will say 36 paise, it's okay, you don't give. But now the shopkeepers insist on rounding it off to the next nearest whole digit, which is 119. Why? Because this 0.36 has to go. That 0.36 is nothing but what? Cess it is. Maybe it is education cess. That has to go. So they collect it. Got the point here? So 3 statements are wrong. Only C is correct. All right. Oh, sorry. Sorry. IGST is interstate. SGST. That is what I wanted to say. Okay. Anti-dumping duty. What is anti-dumping duty? Anti-dumping duty. less than the cost of production. Okay, I will agree with that. The thing about anti-dumping duty is, now this duty, if you really see on a practical level, we had imposed it on China, especially the Chinese steel. That is, China was selling their steel into India. And what we found out was that China was purposefully selling their steel in India less than China's cost of production. Now, why will any country do that? China was doing it purposefully so that Indian steel manufacturing gets shut down completely. Because I am selling, now first of all, Chinese steel are cheaper compared to Indian steel. On top of it, I am ensuring that me being China, I am selling steel at a lesser price than its cost of production. Why? To eliminate the domestic competition. So I'm going on dumping the product here in tons and tons and tons at a very cheap or a throwaway price. The idea is what? Eliminate complete domestic competition, then establish monopoly, then start increasing the price. This was the idea. Now, how to counter it? By putting anti-dumping duty. Especially where if you're selling it at such a throwaway price, which is lesser than your cost of production, then anti-dumping duty comes into picture. That way, what happens is you are creating almost a level playing field for the Chinese goods as well as the Indian goods. Or one more step you go and you protect the domestic industries. This is the idea behind it. What about countervailing duty? Countervailing duty, it is again import duty only. Basic idea is what? Offset subsidies. Whose subsidies? See, now one of the major concern that we have with the deals, whatever we have signed with European Union or with UK, is that cheap dairy products will enter India. From where? From UK and European Union. Automatically, some of you will be thinking, sir, dairy products from UK and European Union is not so cheap. It is cheap. It is really cheap. The reason being that there the government actually gives subsidies in the form of, how do they give subsidies? I'll tell you. To take the cow to a veterinary hospital, or to give it a vaccination, or to give it improved fodder. Some very scientifically engineered, some improved fodder is there which will enhance its yield. All this subsidy is provided by the government. And that those subsidies are not at all considered to be, monopolistic or obstructive to free trade. Nothing. Those assistances are considered to be genuine. Now, what happens because of that is, obviously, if I'm a European farmer, I don't have to spend money on what? Maintaining my farm in good condition. I get subsidy from the government. To maintain my livestock, my dairy, again, I get subsidy from the government. So, the final milk, cheese, butter, whatever you talk about, that I get from the cow, that is very, very cheap. So, there is always the risk that these products, once they enter India, what will happen? It will affect the domestic competition. Correct? It will easily affect Amul, etc. Now, we can always say the counter side also. That is, the Indian milk is also not of such great standards when it comes to hygiene or quality. So, when foreign products are there, they'll have to compete, they'll improve their standard. But that is another argument. So, now I need to put a stop to this, means what? There will be countervailing duty for it. Small duty will be placed whereby which those products won't be so cheap. This is basically again to protect the domestic industries from foreign competition, where it is not that they are selling at a lesser price purposefully. It is just that excessively subsidized industries these are. So when those products directly enter the market, it can cause trouble. Correct. All right, people. Now taking it further forward. So this is all that is there. So Diya's basic purpose is what? Improving diamond export, especially of natural cut diamonds, not the chemical ones. Chemical one means whatever you make it in the lab using chemicals, etc. All right, moving on. Credit guarantee scheme for startups expanded, approved in 2022, expansion notified recently, provide collateral free credit guarantees to innovation driven startups. Guarantee cover per borrower increased from 10 to 20 crore, 85% guarantee for loans up to 10 crore, 75% guarantee for loans about 10 crore. Basically, it is to protect the startup culture. To protect the startup culture, 85% guarantee will be given for loans up to 10 crore. That is, you need not give any collateral. Collateral means what? In case you are not able to pay, you need not actually pledge anything. So up to 10 crore, 85% guarantee will be there. 75% guarantee is for loan about 10 crore. Ministry of Commerce and Industry under Startup India, which was launched in January 2016. Interest subvention on export credit scheme under Niryat Protsahan sub scheme for financial year 25-26. What is Niryat Protsahan? We'll see. Reduce the cost of export credit for MSMEs. So target is MSME, micro, small and medium sector enterprises. Micro, small and medium sector enterprises, we know one thing. We have a lot in our country. It is probably one of the largest employer also in our country. Obviously after agriculture. So it has a lot of potential to add to the GDP, to contribute in terms of employment, to contribute in terms of value addition, all of it. That is why we are trying to increase what? Their credit access. And credit access means ability to take loan. Coupling it with what? Interest subvention. That means if I am running an MSME, I'll be able to take loan, number one. Number two, if 9% or 8% was the interest, I'll be given a interest subvention. Means what? I need to pay only lesser than that. Some 2% or 3% cut I will get. 2.75% interest subvention on pre and post shipment rupee export credit. That is, if you are exporting, even before export or after export also, you are going to get what? Interest subvention. Additional incentives for selected markets. Selected markets, that is especially wherever our exports can improve, etc. Applicable to positive list covering 75% tariff lines. What is this positive list? Positive list simply means those components which you can definitely export. Negative list means come what may, you're not supposed to import it. For example, just to give an idea about this negative list, defense sector. Tires are there, right? For the aircraft, when we touch down, when you touch down or when you need to take off, tires are there. Whichever state of the 5th generation, 7th generation aircraft, etc., whatever you talk about, it needs what? Wheels first to build up the speed and then take off. Correct? Now earlier, let me tell you, earlier the thing was that even if the wheel gets damaged, we used to take the plane all the way to Russia or wherever we have bought it from. We'll take it all the way to Russia. Russians will then repair the wheel and send it back. So we may feel, what is the big deal in it? The big deal is that we are having tire companies inside our own country. There is MRF, there is Apollo, there is Michelin, there is JK Tire. Now when so many tire companies are there inside India, why is it that you're going all the way to Russia to change a wheel? They can ask the domestic companies to make a wheel, right? Making the tire for a aircraft, it's not rocket science. It's not a big deal. So we can do it over here itself. So like that, so many components are there today in defense sector which has been placed under negative list. It simply means come what may, you're not supposed to buy it from outside. You're supposed to source it locally. Indigenously, you have to source it. That is what a negative list means. Positive list means you can definitely export it. If when it comes to import, also positive list means you can buy it from outside. That is the bottom line. Labor intensive industries, capital intensive, high value addition, and score met items. 1 minute, I forgot its expansion. Yeah. Special chemicals, SC means special chemicals, organisms, materials, and emerging technologies, engineering and technology. Score met items. Chemicals. Then organisms. Organisms means whatever can be used in the medical sector, environmental areas, etc. Farming, for all that. Materials associated with it. Then your engineering and technology related items. All of that. Excludes restricted or prohibited goods, waste or scrap, and items under other schemes. Annual cap is rupees 50 lakh per exporter. And yes, this is important. RBI will issue guidelines under this. Oh, equipment. Sorry. Equipment, it is not engineering. E is for equipment. I'll just write it down. Rohit Datta, thank you. Dharani, thank you. All right. Now taking it further forward. Collateral support for export credit scheme under Niryat Protsahan. Improve MSME access to export credit by easing collateral constraints. This we saw. The same thing only. Export promotion mission approved in November 25. It will last from 25-26 to 2030-31. Export competitiveness with focus on MSMEs and first time exporters. 2 sub schemes under it. Niryat Protsahan. Financial enablers like trade finance, interest subvention, factoring, collateral guarantees, and Niryat Disha, non-financial enablers such as market access, branding, logistics, compliance, trade intelligence, integrates interest equalization scheme and market access initiative. So Niryat Protsahan. So Protsahan is basically about, Niryat Protsahan is basically about improving the credit access, money related stuff basically. Money, access to credit, everything. For whom? MSMEs. For what? Promoting export. Niryat Disha is basically for branding, image, logo, all of that. So one is about creating a brand value, a product. That is Niryat Disha. The other one is about what? Improving export. Clear? Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of MSME, Ministry of Finance, Directorate General of Foreign Trade under Ministry of Commerce and Industry. These are the authorities that will be looking into it. So very quickly now, the main component to remember is it is for natural diamonds. DIA scheme comes under Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Then you have under Niryat, Protsahan and Disha. Disha is for branding. This is for credit access. And under that again, up to 85% guarantee for loans up to 10 crore, 75% guarantee for loans up to 20 crore. Basic idea is MSME export. Special chemicals, organisms, materials, equipment, technologies. Comet. Clear, people? Any questions? All right. Now, Ministry of Education. PM Yuva 3.0. So, Yuva means young. That much we all know. And under Yuva 3.0, that means it is third version of something. Correct? 3.0. First launched in 2021. Third edition recently launched. What is it? Prime Minister's scheme for mentoring young authors. Young authors. That is basically to encourage Indians to write. So, young authors means what is constituted as young. Authors below 30 years. Promote reading, writing, book culture, project Indian writings globally, promote understanding of India's culture and heritage. That is the idea. Even if you need to write one book also, you need to read at least 100 books. They generally say that. You need to write a script for a movie. You literally should have watched 100 good movies. It's a natural thing. Without ever reading anything, can you really write something? It's in today's generation, it's a little impossible. Or you should have that level of human experience in your life. Before what? Before you hit 30. Correct. You should have seen 2 world wars, Great Depression, etc. But that's not possible in today's era. The idea is basically to encourage what writing. Now, why writing? Why is it that we are focusing on Ayurveda? Ministry of Ayush, we saw Ayurveda research we are encouraging. Here we are encouraging Yuva. What is the reason for it? See, with all the trade agreements that whatever we have signed so far, be it with European Union, UK, Oman, UAE, etc., we are trying to now push the non-IT field in that areas. UK or Europe does not want any more IT engineers, but they are looking for what? Yoga gurus, musicians, and yes, Ayurveda, alternate medicine, alternate treatments. Those they are looking for. That means the next coming generations, if you talk about which are the next growing field, if you ask me, these are the fields. What most of us would have thought, array author, array painter, array yoga, that will have a huge demand around the world. Clear? 50 authors selected through All India contest, participation in 22 Indian languages and English. Mentorship program is available. Books will be published. Ministry of Education, Department of Higher Education, National Book Trust, India as implementing agency. All right. You are already watching it in YouTube. It will be there. After the end of this live class, it will be available. Just like every other Udaan videos, this also will be available. Multidisciplinary education and research improvement in technical education. Merite. 25-26 to 29-30. Improve quality, equity, governance in technical institutes. Aligned with National Education Policy 2020. Improve the overall quality of our technical institutions. Now we know, be it engineering you talk about, be it even polytechnic colleges we talk about, quality is not so great. Central sector scheme, it is sector scheme. That means fully funded by the center. Targets government engineering institutions and polytechnics across all states and union territory. Support from IIT, IIM, AICTE, and National Board of Accreditation, NBA. 50% funding through World Bank. 50% funding. That means 4,200 crore will be spent over 5 years to improve the quality of the engineering institutions and polytechnic colleges in all the states and union territories. All right. 4,200 crore, 5 years, central sector scheme. Lekin 50% of that loan will come from World Bank. 7.5 lakh students it will benefit, and it is in tune or in sync with national education policy. Central government through central nodal agencies it will do. That is, nodal agencies means which are those agencies? AICTE, NBA, those are the agencies. Clear? PM Shri, PM Schools for Rising India, launched in 22. Upgrade the existing schools into model institutions demonstrating NEP 2020. Upgrade 14,500 schools, eligible schools. Elementary, first standard to 5th or 1 to 8. Secondary, 1 to 10, 6 to 10. Senior, 1 to 12, 6 to 12. Okay, elementary means earlier it was 1 to 5, now it is 1 to 8, sorry. Under NEP. 6 to 10. Something is not right here. Just a minute. Just give me a minute here, people. Okay. This is primary. This is upper primary. Secondary. That is what? Secondary, senior, secondary. So this is with subcategorization only. Nothing great about it. Unified District Information System for Education plus code. Maximum 2 schools per block or urban local body. 60 parameter benchmarking. Physical verification by states. Kendriya Vidyalayas, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalayas. Everything will be covered over here. What is the idea? See, earlier education, if you really look at it, earlier education system of which you and I were all a part, it had nothing to do with what? Quality. It was all about memorizing. Memorizing and then reproducing it in the exam. Memorizing skill was more important. New education policy actually focuses not just on your memory power, but also about your understanding and your skills. But understanding and skills, when you talk about, the schools does it have the necessary infrastructure to improve those things? No. So new education policy, when it focuses on extracurricular activities also, the schools are not up to those standards. So I have to improve the standard. And for that standard, what do you have? PM Shri Yojana or the scheme, under which schools will be given additional funding to improve their overall infrastructure. So for that purposes, again, how many schools will be selected? Maximum 2 within a block or an urban local body. 60 parameters benchmarking. The 60 parameters are there which you need to achieve. Only then you will be eligible for this. Physical verification will be done by the states. Then Kendriya Vidyalayas, Jawahar Vidyalayas, all that will come over here. Funding pattern is 60-40. 90-10 for Northeastern, 100% central funding for union territories without legislature. That is the bottom line. Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme. Bhasha Pustak. Bharatiya. So what it will be associated with? Language again. Introduced in Union Budget 25-26, promote linguistic diversity and integrate technology into education. Provide digital textbooks and study materials in multiple Indian languages. Complements Asmita initiative to develop 22,000 books in 22 Indian languages over 5 years. Asmita, again, the whole point is about making very good textbooks, like which are only there in English, making it available in the local languages. The idea again behind new education policy is to encourage mother tongue based learning. And for that, the first and foremost thing necessary is what you need actually textbooks in the English language. Akisura. So PM Yuva 3.0, easy to remember. PM Yuva 3.0 means basically to encourage young authors less than 30. That is the first thing. Exam will be, not exam, all India level assessment will be conducted to select such authors and promote their work. National Book Trust of India will be the implementing agency. Merite, multidisciplinary education and research improvement in technical education. This is basically for improving the standards of our engineering and polytechnic colleges across the country. AICTE, National Board of Accreditation, they will be in charge of improving the quality there. It is again part of your national education policy. Then you have PM Shri, PM Schools for Rising India. The idea is basically to improve the standard of the schools according to the NEP. Improve the school standards. There are 60 parameters for this where you have to improve it. Maximum of 2 schools per block or an urban body, local body. That is within municipality, 2 schools should be upgraded to the so-called standard. Alright. That is the idea here. Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme to make study materials as well as books available in multiple languages, multiple Indian languages. That is especially 22. This again part of the Asmita scheme. Ministry of Electronics. One minute. Yeah. Any doubts here, people, by the way, before I move on? Any doubts? All right. So, Ministry of Electronics. Under that, Scheme for Innovation and Technology Association with Aadhaar. Sita. Oof. Unique Identification Authority of India have launched it. Launched to counter deepfakes and enhance Aadhaar authentication security. The Sita scheme is basically to enhance what? Aadhaar authentication security and not to bring deepfake there. Now we all know, right? It is very easy to actually now morph your face with somebody else's face. Deepfake has made it very, very possible these days. So the Sita scheme is for that. Innovation and Technology Association with Aadhaar. It is innovation-driven initiative. Safeguard Aadhaar authentication against deepfake, spoofing and presentation attacks. Advanced biometric technology, AI-driven authentication, data privacy. Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology is the nodal ministry. Implementing authority is UIDAI. Other partner organizations are Startup Hub of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology and NASSCOM. Collaboration among startups, academy and industry partners. These are some of the challenges involved here. The face liveness detection, like I told you, people are using photographs, people are using deep fake. That is, I can put another person's face over here and then I can try to verify that person's Aadhaar using his or her face itself. They need not even be present there. Presentation attack detection, that is 1 minute. Just give me a minute. Let me try to make it a little simpler. Yeah. This presentation attack detection means it is again a comprehensive term. Comprehensive term, I'll tell you in what part. So basically, we have what and all detection points for Aadhaar. We have retinal scan is there, fingerprint is there, then face is there. Any one of this they can attack. Anyone. Using somebody else's fingerprint, somebody else's face, somebody else's retinal scan also. They can cause havoc. All I have to do is create a fake one there. That is the point. So technology has improved to the point where you can fake it. But the system won't be able to detect whether this is original or whether this is artificial. Then fake contactless fingerprint authentication. Don't even have to press it. And then put the person's fingerprint there. But it will still get it authenticated. These are the challenges involved. All AI generated. All are AI generated. Deep fakes. So that is why this needs to be. See, Rashmika's controversy, that is different. That is again deep fake video it is. We know it is a video, correct? When you look at the video itself, you're like, some glitch is there. Some problem is there with the video. You get to know. If you are like, I mean, these days, any video comes, our first instinct is to think, it is deep fake. That is also there. But here it is basically, if the video is not moving, if it is still photograph-like, then you can fool Aadhaar. That is why UIDAI has come with SITA, SITAA, to ensure what? A security protection or enhance the innovation for biometric authentication of Aadhaar. And it is protected from deepfake. Clear? Coming to Ministry of Finance. Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana. Very, very old scheme, to be very honest. 10 years completed on 8th April 2025. Launched in 2015. Flagship central scheme to fund unfunded micro enterprises, small businesses, provides collateral-free microcredit in non-corporate and non-farm sectors. So basically providing credit to, collateral-free credit to micro, small and medium sector enterprises. Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, implemented through Micro Unit Development and Refinance Agency, that is implemented through Mudra. So who and all will get it? Any small firm, not into corporate sector, not into the farming sector, they will get loan. You are in a partnership, you are a single owner, doesn't matter. Loan categories are Shishu, up to 50,000 rupees loan. Kishore, 50,000 to 5 lakh loan. Tarun, 5 lakh to 10 lakh. Tarun plus 10 lakh to 20 lakh. Encourages lending by banks, non-banking financial companies, microfinance institutions, and other financial intermediaries. Yeah, that's it. Atal Pension Yojana, implemented on 1st June 2015, crossed 8.34 crore enrollments as of October 2025. Government-backed pension scheme for old age income security in unorganized sector. Replace the Swavalamban Yojana. Pension Fund, PFRDA, Pension Fund Regulatory and Development Authority. Netanyahu fake viral video also. Implemented through banks and post offices designated as points of presence. Post offices are also there, banks are also there. Who are eligible for this? So basically, you should be somebody for Atal Pension Yojana now. You should be somebody aged between 18 to 40 years. Why 18? Because that is the legal age for you to start getting employment. Why 40? Because 20 years is the minimum time period for you to hit 60. From 60 onwards, you'll start getting this pension. All right. And again, from which sector? So minimum 20 years at least you should contribute to it. That is why the age 40 has been kept, because 60 is the age of what? Generally considered to be the age of retirement in India. Then, not income tax payees. Initially, they basically said that people who are already paying income tax, they cannot be a part of it. But that rule, they made it a slight change to it in October 2022. That means, obviously, when you enter the scheme for the first time, 18 years old, when you enter it, you are not what? You are not actually paying an income tax. Obviously, 18 years, I don't think anybody will be paying income tax. But later, maybe you are doing some business, etc. You are in the informal sector. You slowly, your income starts increasing. Correct. But you are making contributions to Atal Pension Yojana. So later onwards, you are eligible for tax incentives. Minimum is 20-year contribution. Guaranteed minimum pension is 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 per month, age 60. You can claim tax benefits under 80 CCD 1 and additional 50,000 under 80 CCD 1B. Government fund shortfall if returns are inadequate. Pension continues to the spouse if the person dies. Corpus return to the nominee after death of both subscriber and spouse. Encourages voluntary retirement savings of unorganized sector. This is the beauty of it. Clear? Credit guarantee scheme for exporters. Nothing great here. As the name suggests, credit guarantee scheme for exporters. 100% credit guarantee and collateral free working capital for exporters, including MSME. That's it. Nothing great here. Okay. Ministry of Heavy Industries. Wait a minute. Yeah. So let us take it from the top. Kisan Pehchan Patra. Farmers ID. What is the crop zone? What is the land? 6 crore farmers are registered under it. That is the first thing. Clear? Then comes PM Fasal Bima. 1.5% Kharif, 2% Rabi, 5% commercial and horticultural crops. In 2016 it was launched. 50-50 for most states, 90-10 northeastern states. Restructured, weather-based crop insurance. weather, not yield, rainfall, relative humidity, temperature, wind, hailstorm, cloudburst. PM, dhan, dhanya. 100 districts, credit, crop, intensity, productivity. Price support scheme, price stabilization fund, price deficit payment scheme, market intervention scheme. Price stabilization scheme, you have oil seeds, pulses, copra. Price stabilization fund, you have pulses and onion. PDPS, you have oil seeds not covered under MSP. MIS, you have TOP. Cropic actually comes under PM Fasal Bima Yojana. Photos. That is all under Ministry of Agriculture. Clear, people? Any doubts here? Then, Rashtriya Karma Yogi Jan Seva, exclusively for central government employees to change their attitude, improve their motivation, morale, etc., etc., etc. Then Spark 4.0, Ayurveda plus modern medicine, research. From Rashtriya Gokul Mission or revised Rashtriya Gokul Mission, only one thing to remember, hyper. National Livestock Mission, Bharat, Pashudan, 12 digit, Aadhaar linking. Diya, natural diamond, increase its exports. Credit guarantee for startups, 85 percentage up to 10 crore, 75 percentage 10 crore to 20 crore. Squamet items. Niryat Protsahan, Niryat Disha. This is about branding. This is about credit. Both are for MSME. PM Yuva 3.0, less than 30 authors. Book Trust of India. Then you have Merite, where the T is the most important thing. Technical education. That is for engineering, polytechnic. To improve their standards as per new education policy. AICTE and NBA. They are the nodal agencies. PM Shri, again to improve the school infrastructure. Maximum 2 at block or urban local body level. Around 60 parameters. Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme. Part of the Asmita scheme, which is about in 22 languages making the books plus study materials available. Then you have Sita scheme, UIDAI, protect Aadhaar from deepfakes. Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, Shishu, Kishore, Tarun, Tarun Plus. Shishu is 50,000. This is 50,000 to 5 lakh. This one is 5 to 10 lakh. The last one is 10 to 20 lakh. Atal Pension Yojana 18 to 40. From 60 years you will get it. From 2022 onwards, even if you are income tax payer, but you should be from the informal sector, you are eligible for tax deductions. In case if your amount what you are getting is low, too low means compensation, the remaining amount will be compensated by government. So in case of death, then it will go to the spouse. Both the contributor and the spouse is also dead means then it will go to the nominee. Price stabilization scheme and price deficit payment scheme. See, price, Okay, one minute. Price stabilization scheme. The price stabilization scheme is largely, like I told you, it is a broad one, covering oil seeds, pulses, onions. That is the main point there. Basically, to ensure price support scheme, not stabilization, price support scheme, basically to ensure what? The procurement is happening at MSP. At MSP, it will be procured. That is a guarantee there. Price support scheme, it will be procured at that scheme. When it comes to price deficit payment scheme, PDPS, that is actually compensation given to the farmers for the price difference. Compensation is given, that is market price is very, very low than MSP. So what do? I am paying them the difference. I am not physically buying it from them. Get the difference very clearly. Price support means there is procurement at what? At MSP. That means I'm literally buying it. I'm literally buying it from them. Price deficit payment scheme means there is no procurement here. I'm not buying anything. Basically, I'm not acquiring it from them. And basically, I know that, okay, there is a difference between what the market price and the MSP. Whatever is the difference, that I am putting into their account. That is the idea. Clear with this? We have just revised whatever schemes we have been taking from 9 o'clock in the morning. Clear with this, people? Any doubts here? This is the quick revision of it. This is how you actually revise schemes. Okay, so do one thing. Let us take a break now. Let us come back at 11:15. All right, people. The Ministry of Heavy Industries, you have scheme to promote manufacturing of electric passenger cars in India. Again, this is part of our goal to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So, manufacturing of electric passenger car. Always remember, electric passenger car, when we say, it comes under Ministry of Heavy Industries. All right. Attract global EV manufacturers, strengthen India as a global electric manufacturing hub, support net zero emission target by 2070. That is our target for zero emissions. Project management agency will be implementing it, provide secretarial manager and implementation support, concessional import duty for approved manufacturers. That is, if I'm a manufacturer of electric vehicle, for making some import of other electric vehicles, etc., I'll only have to pay an import duty of 15%. Now, normally the import duty is very, very high, can go up to 100% also. But for approved manufacturers, it will come to 15%. Idea is basically to ensure that two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheelers, etc. Sorry, not two. Yeah, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, electric vehicles that are out there, manufacture it. That is trucks, buses, all in the EV format. Taking it up further forward. Scheme name, PM Electric Drive Revolution in Innovative Vehicle Enhancement, PM E-Drive Scheme. Scheme duration extended from 2 years to 4 years till 31st March 2028 for e-trucks, e-buses and testing agencies. It has started from 2024. Convergence Energy Services Limited as aggregator for electric bus procurement. Coordinating ministries are Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and Ministry of Power. Accelerate the adoption of EV across multiple segments. Establish charging infrastructure in urban areas and along national highways. Strengthen domestic manufacturing ecosystem through phased manufacturing program under Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat. Promote mass mobility through electric public transport. Improve air quality and reduce transport-related emissions applicable only to electric vehicles with advanced batteries. Advanced batteries, when you say, the idea is what? Bus, trucks, etc. Better, storage duration is also there. Plus, the power also they'll be able to give. Clear? Next one, scheme to promote manufacturing of sintered rare earth permanent magnets. So this rare earth permanent magnet is the next big thing, or it is already a thing, because that rare earth permanent magnet is a key component of your electric vehicle, wind turbine. Basically, for almost all the critical electronic components, you require it. So we want to increase its manufacture in the country. Once again, this also comes under Ministry of Heavy Industries. So keep it in mind, rare earth element related scheme, electric vehicle scheme, all of this comes under Ministry of Heavy Industries. Approved by Government of India to develop domestic RAPM manufacturing, December 2025. Thus 7,280 crore. Establish integrated domestic manufacturing ecosystem for sintered rare earth permanent magnet, especially the NdFeB type. Nd, neodymium, Fe, iron, B for boron. Reduce import dependence. Currently, we are importing almost 100% of this magnet. NdFeB, or the rare earth permanent magnet that is there, we are almost importing 100% of it. And most of these imports comes from where? China. So when we are saying that by 2070 we have to become independent, or sorry, net zero, imagine you become a net zero economy by depending heavily on China for imports. That won't work out. So that is why we are specifically focusing to manufacture sintered rare earth permanent magnets from India itself under Atmanirbhar Bharat. Enhance self-reliance under Atmanirbhar Bharat, 6,000 metric tons per annum. That is the capacity. 7 years. 7 years we will focus on one particular individual or one particular manufacturer. Gestation period is 2 years to set up the manufacturing unit. 5 years is the incentive period. RAPM consumption expected to double by 2030. Current demand is around 4,000 to 5,000 tons. Now, rare earth permanent magnets. Strongest type of permanent magnets commercially available, made from alloys of 17 rare earth elements combined with iron, boron, or cobalt. Sintered rare earth permanent magnet is produced by pressing fine rare earth alloy powders and heating them below melting point to form dense magnet, provide highest magnetic strength among permanent magnets. That is what you call sintered. Sintering, etc. actually means heating. So you heat it to what point? Just below the melting point, and then you compress it. That way the magnet that you get, it is one of the very strong magnets, and the most strongest of them all is neodymium, iron, boron. The next closest available option is samarium and cobalt, SMCO magnets. Strength wise, it is a little lower than neodymium, iron, boron magnets, but they can withstand at high temperature, and also they are corrosion resistant. Electric vehicles, traction motors, wind turbine. Okay, applications now. Electric vehicles, wind turbine, consumer electronics, MRI machine, aerospace, defense, high efficiency motors, sensors, everywhere you need them. So especially since we are moving now towards the AI era, being independent in this is very, very important. Because at least, see, when it came to laptops, desktops, smartphones, we are dependent on Chinese, we are dependent on the Koreans, and yes, to an extent on the Americans. So the next phase of technology that we are talking about, AI, Internet of Things and beyond, we are trying to be self-sufficient as much as possible. And the bottom line obviously is that if we are self-sufficient means, we are able to manufacture these things means, just like the success what we had in ISRO, where we are now currently the launch pad for European satellites, etc. Same way we can be a major exporter of what? AI related or high-end technology. That is the ultimate goal. Clear? Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Scheme name, National Action for Mechanized Annual Sanitation Targeting Employment. Namaste. Now, when you read it, you are like National Action for Mechanized, blah, blah, blah. It will look a little confusing. Basic point I will tell you. See, in my current affair class, I had told you one thing. When we talk about the lower rung jobs in our country, Group C, Group D, there you will largely find SC/ST community dominating. More than domination, I would rather say that those jobs, Group C, Group D level jobs, doesn't have much takers from the general category. And in that again, among the Group C, Group D level jobs, higher representation or higher percentage of that jobs is actually with the sanitation department. Safai karamcharis, sewage tank cleaners, septic tank cleaners, etc. If you generally see, it is largely from the SC/ST category. It has nothing to do with the job opportunity or etc. It is largely to do with what? The caste discrimination. Oh, SC/ST means, oh, those are jobs meant for low caste people. No, I won't take. That attitude is there in our society. When no other job is available, then you pick it up. That is the reality. And again, because of that, whatever it is, all said and done, we are a casteist society. And sometimes what happens is lower caste people's lives don't actually make the headlines. Correct? When somebody dies cleaning a manhole or a sewage or a septic tank, does it actually come in the front page? Somewhere deep inside, 2 people died while cleaning manhole, while cleaning septic tank. This is what they will say. Even though government, Supreme Court, government repeatedly has said it that manual scavenging is a crime in itself. It's a barbaric crime, not at all conducive for a nation that claims itself to be a $5 trillion economy. So the purpose of this Namaste scheme is to ensure that these Safai Karamcharis or these septic tank cleaners or manual scavengers, they have the tools and equipments that are necessary to actually do their job in a more humane and better way where their life or their health is not at risk. That is the main point here. So, central government signed letter of agreement with UNDP to improve waste pickers' access to finance and technology. That is the most important highlight here. Clear? With UNDP, we have signed it. It's a central sector scheme, welfare and upliftment of Safai Karamcharis, manual scavengers and waste pickers, self-employment scheme for rehabilitation of manual scavengers. This replaces the SRMS scheme. Ministries involved are Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Focus groups include Safai Karamcharis, manual scavengers and waste pickers. Formal identification and support through digital profiling and registration. Like I told you, everybody is going to come under government's radar. Everybody. So once this happens, one of the most very controversial thing is what? The whole reservation system, correct? Now this year also there was controversy with regard to some candidates again. How is it that person who had studied in such good schools and good colleges, or forget college still you can enter by merit, but very expensive private school, how did they come under economically weaker section? Those arguments were there. And the larger reason for that is that government never has does not have a proper data with it. So government has no choice other than depend on the data that I give. If I say that I am from this section, means okay, I have the documents to prove it. Government has no other choice not to believe it. But what if government already has all my data with it? Now, when I give a data, when I say I am something, government can cross-check it with the original data that they have. So all these are like a step in the direction where we can expect people who are eligible, only they get what? The reservation benefits. Around 2.5 lakh waste pickers. Key support areas, access to finance and relevant technology. Why relevant technology? See, the fact of the matter is, especially in hazardous areas, what do you need? You need robots. You need machines to actually do the cleaning work. But these people don't have access to it. In fact, something as simple as before you enter into, okay, before entering into a drain hole, it is important what? It is important that you wear gloves, you have proper footwear. All of this is necessary, but never they think about it. And even while before entering, you're supposed to actually put a fan first deep down. Insert a fan and start circulating the air. Why is it so necessary? Because this place again, it will be filled with CH4. And wherever CH4 presence is there, very limited amount of oxygen will be available. Carbon again, CO. Insufficient oxygen along with the presence of carbon monoxide. So as soon as these manual scavengers start entering into the drain, they will faint and fall there. You can, until and unless if I wear an oxygen cylinder, oxygen mask, I also shouldn't enter that place to rescue him. Because if I go down to rescue him, when I will faint and fall. And 15 minutes of exposure to CO or CH4, where there is no oxygen, that is enough to kill a person. This is the idea. So to make funds available so that Safai Karamcharis can do their job in a more dignified way, like how it is generally practiced in the West. That is the reason why we have whom here? UNDP here. Clear? Act etc. is there, the Vikas, but implementation is absolutely pathetic. Coming to Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. So we know under Ayushman Bharat scheme, up to 5 lakh insurance is provided per family per year. Odisha became the 34th state to implement it. September 2018, the scheme was launched. Provide universal health coverage and affordable healthcare. Targets 10.74 crore families, which is approximately 50 crore beneficiaries. Bottom 40% of the population. There is no cap on family size. So for the bottom 40%, we are actually giving what? A health coverage, comprehensive health coverage. Health cover of 5 lakh per family per year. Additional 5 lakh for women members. World's largest health assurance scheme, covers pre-existing diseases from day one. Pre-existing diseases means it is not necessary. Now, when I actually go and take an insurance today, let's say a health insurance, first they will ask me my medical checkup. So if at all I'm having some disease, means they will say, no, that disease we won't cover. That disease we won't cover. But not under Ayushman Bharat. Ayushman Bharat, even if you're having a disease also, it will get covered. Component of Ayushman Bharat, other component being health and wellness centers. Now this health and wellness centers got renamed into Ayushman Arogya Mandir in 2023. scheme name Swasth Nari Sashakt Parivar Abhiyan. It is a nationwide campaign launched by Prime Minister. It is the largest women and child health mobilization campaign in India. Integration of health, nutrition, and wellness services nationwide. This wellness service means what? Wellness service means basically communicating to people the importance of nutrition. Something as simple as washing your hands, keeping your hands clean before eating food. Then how to keep your surroundings clean, how to stay away from diseases, blah, blah, blah. All of that. Preventive, promotive, and curative healthcare for women, adolescent girls, and children, addressing malnutrition and lifestyle diseases. Because India is one country where you have this twin burden here. There is malnourishment happening because people are poor, like what we saw, 40%, bottom rung of the population. They won't be having what? They won't be having access to good food. Lifestyle diseases is what? Again, you are consuming all junk food, as a result of which what happens? You are basically going to fall sick to non-communicable diseases like cardiovascular diseases. What happiness are you people getting by spamming the chat section? There are so many students who are sitting and preparing for this year's attempt. You're only in 11th standard. First, try to pass your 11th standard. Don't make me say things which I don't want to say. Alright? First quality of an IAS officer is to have a little bit of empathy, concern for others. Not to be a selfish prick. Oof. Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Women and Child Development. Converging ministries, Ministries of Rural Development, Panchayati Raj, Education, Youth Affairs, Tribal Affairs, Defence, Railways, Labour and others. All these ministries. Campaign period is 17 September to 2nd October. More than 1 lakh health camps across the country has been set up. You can keep your sorry to yourself. Just keep it with yourself. Be a good human being first before you become anything. It requires a little bit of concern only. Okay, somebody is preparing, somebody is teaching. I shouldn't disturb the class. This much of common sense if you don't have, what sort of a person you are? Daily implementation sites. Ayushman Arogya Mandir. Like earlier, what was earlier called health and wellness centers. That is Ayushman Arogya Mandir today. Community health centers, district hospitals, government health facilities. Who and all will be part here? Ashas. Accredited social health activists, auxiliary nurse midwives, Anganwadi workers, self-help group, Panchayati Raj institution, My Bharat volunteers, youth groups. Women, adolescent girls, children. Adolescent girls especially why? Because they are prone to anemia. Then obviously menstrual health plus hygiene. These awareness. Screening and early detection, maternal and child health services, awareness drive, specialist services, Ayush integration, community mobilization. So if you actually look at that particular point here, Swasth Nari Sashakt Parivar Abhiyan, launched by the Prime Minister, that is the main highlight. A nationwide campaign which was conducted to make women, adolescent girls and children aware about health and wellness and nutrition. That's the main point. Other than that, nothing hardcore is there. Alright. Most farmer, they took loan and they don't pay that. They use the money somewhere else. Agreed, Amit? Said that when they go for buying rice, their quality is not good. That is also true, Abhijit. It is very, very true. The rice quality sometimes is not so great. Getting the picture here. Because sometimes second quality or third quality rice is sold. Sometimes the rice that you get from there, it will be infested with, microorganisms. Not microorganisms, like worms, etc. Sometimes if you are very, very lucky, you will even find babies of rats inside it. So that is the point of it. Can't help it. Pradhan Mantri Swasthya Suraksha Yojana. Union Cabinet approved 22 new AIMs expansion on by 28-29. Swasthya Suraksha Yojana. Now the Swasthya Suraksha Yojana, what is the main highlight? The main highlight is basically to improve the access to hospitals. That is the main point here. 20. Reduce regional gaps in tertiary healthcare access, strengthen quality medical education. 22 new All India Institute of Medical Science will be set up. All right. Addition of 5,000 postgraduate seats and 5,023 undergraduate seats by 28-29. That is basically increasing the UG seats and the PG seats. UG is MBBS, PG is MD. This is the idea. Now, I'll tell you what is the irony here. Okay, you want to increase the number of seats. Agreed, launched in 2006, you want to increase the seats. Makes sense. Fine. I don't know how many of you have saw it in the newspaper. NEET PG. Number of people who have applied for NEET PG was so less that they had to bring down the cutoff drastically. That means people who are completing their MBBS these days, they are not opting for MD courses. I know at least 2 or 3 doctors who have not written their, not taken their MD. I asked them why, what is the reason? They said, first of all, it is so time consuming. There is no guarantee that you will clear it. Number one. Number two, let us say you cleared it. The 2 years, that is hectic, where you study less, and in the name of a PG, what really happens is you are thrown into the hospital, like a government hospital, where for 16 hours, 18 hours, you keep working. Sometimes if you're very lucky, you will go up to 21, 22 hours also. Beyond that, obviously, your body will not allow. You will fall asleep on the desk, or you will fall asleep on the chair, bench, somewhere, anywhere. Or maybe you have gone for canteen, there you will sleep. And some people will take video. See, this is the quality of government doctor. A government, nobody is as efficient as a government doctor. Trust me. Nobody is as efficient, because they will be like, okay, one look, they will say, person is dead. Put him there. One look at the patient, they have to determine whether to take them to the scanning room or the operation theater or to the X-ray room, or whether to even discharge the patient. Because that many patients are coming into a government hospital, you don't have beds for everybody. This is your MD course. We will say MD, 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 but MD is not that they will sit comfortably, open a book and sit and study. No, it is direct exposure. It is direct exposure. They cleared that exam right. That itself is their qualification. Teaching is very, very limited. Now, by the time you finish all this and you come out, then what do you have? Again, you have rural service waiting for you. It is not that you will immediately come to the cities and start earning. So, rural service again awaits you. Government hospital in rural area. After that only you will come back. Guess what will be your age by then? You started your journey at 17, preparing for NEET, MBBS. Then you went into PG. Then you finished your, wrote the entrance, got into MD, then training, then again rural posting. Finally, at 34 or 35, you start earning. And what is your salary that point? 50,000. Maximum. Maximum amount, that is. Not minimum, maximum. For that 50,000 to reach 1 lakh, by the time it hits 1 lakh, you would have touched 40 years. 23 years it took you to earn 1 lakh rupees as salary. That is the reason why many doctors these days, they are basically like, forget PG. I will directly, with my MBBS itself, I will become a general surgeon. Handling emergency cases, all that. Any which way, in private hospital, if I start working, I will get a salary. Anyway, I'm going to get exposure. 3-4 years, if I work in the same hospital, my salary will go up from 45,000 to 75,000 or 80,000. Sufficient for me. Why should I do a PG then? Got the logic here? That is why this year, number of people who actually applied for this exam was very low. They had to cut down the cutoff, where the cutoff became very, very low. Very low in the sense, I will tell you, even if I would have gone and wrote and would have secured some 10 mark, 15 mark, whatever, even I also would have got a college allocated. Like that pathetic it became. Because remuneration wise, when you see, this is not at all a lucrative career. Yeah, you have a doctor tag. Izzat is there, respect is there. That is true. Doctor, when you say it has a respect, but respect will not actually allow you to cook food into your home. For that, you need money. Quality of doctors. See, nobody is telling quality of doctors is going wrong, but the fact of the matter is, you do an MD course, it doesn't guarantee you a high payment. It doesn't guarantee you. For that, for you to get a payment like that, again, you should have some higher up, some higher, like you should have some family member, some connections you should have with some top hospitals in the country. Then you will get a higher package. Otherwise, through natural selection, if you are going in, you are not going to get. Correct? Doctors choosing corporate hospital is one thing. In Instagram itself, I have seen at least 3 to 4 doctors, dentists, doctors, etc., who have dropped their career totally and they become influencers. And the reason for that is they are making more money there compared to what they were earning as doctors. That is the reality, because private hospitals, they basically told a doctor that you can take it or leave it. 40,000 is maximum what we can give you. Even if you don't work, it is fine. We have other doctors available. You cannot run any medical college by yourself. Until even you are in service, you cannot open any business, anything like that by yourself. Ministry of Jal Shakti. Scheme name Jal Jeevan Mission. Extension of the mission till 2028 announced by Union Finance Minister. It was launched in the year 2019. Provide functional household tap connections to all rural household. Drinking water, basic drinking water. It is an irony that even after 75 years of independence, basic water connection, basic sanitation, clean air, housing, these are still a dream for us. 55 liters per capita per day of safe drinking water. Recall that Indore incident. Indore incident, what happens, how pathetic our planning is that sewage water line above drinking water line. The sewage water pipeline, if it leaks, water will fall on what? Drinking water pipeline. Drinking water pipeline also develops even one small tiny crack. Sewage water enters into drinking water. What is the end result? Poisoning. Water gets poisoned with E. coli bacteria. People will die, people will get hospitalized. When it comes to children, means they are definitely going to die, because repeated vomiting, repeated loose motion, they will lose their water quantity, nutrients in no time. That will lead to that. That is what happened in Indore. Original target was 2024. This has been extended to 2028. Its predecessor scheme was National Rural Drinking Water Program, merged into Jal Jeevan Mission. Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation under Ministry of Jal Shakti. It's a centrally sponsored scheme. 90-10, 100% central funding. Funding pattern for other states is 50-50. Universal piped water access to all rural households by 2028. Village water and sanitation committees or Pani Samidis will implement it into the rural area. Earning has to be the main motive. Learn with Nandu, because if you don't have money, you are not going to survive. It is where very few jobs are out there where you get both respect and money. One obviously is UPSC, government, All India Services, Group A, Central Services. The next one is in defense, that to officer level, lieutenant, captain, major, upwards. Other than that, I'm not so sure. Yeah, maybe first class judicial magistrate. After you become a lawyer, 2 years you practice, you write the exam, then you become a magistrate, you have government car, government bungalow, one gunman, all that paraphernalia you get. So like that, very few jobs are there where in your 20s itself you have the possibility of earning with a respect from the society. Whereas most other jobs, it's like it will take its own sweet time. Moving on. Minimum 50% participation from women in committees. Agreement signed for sustainability and quality of water services. Coming to Gobardhan. Gobardhan. So Gobardhan, as the word says, it is about organic content, galvanizing organic bioagro resources done. Basically, from waste, how to generate wealth. Gujarat implementing under central scheme, strengthened as national mission in 2021, launched in 2018 under Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen. Convert cattle dung and organic waste into biogas, compressed biogas, compost and bioslurry, promote circular economy. Circular economy means whatever waste is generated is being reused. So it goes like a cycle. There is no waste generated which will pollute the environment, or no waste is generated which cannot be recycled. Everything gets used here. Nothing is generated harmful for the economy or for the environment. Reduce open dumping, greenhouse gas emissions, and fossil fuel dependence. Establishment of biogas or compressed biogas plants in rural and urban areas. Convergence with Satat, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, National Program on Biomanure, Swachh Bharat, Gobardhan Portal for Unified Registration. Promotes clean energy, sanitation, and rural livelihood. Just give me a minute. Sustainable alternative to towards affordable transportation. Towards affordable transportation. Idea is again to reduce the dependency on crude oil. Now this is the organic waste to fuel. Even money. Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Sector Enterprises. Just a minute, people. Scheme name, Aspire, a scheme for promotion of innovation, rural industry and entrepreneurship. Implemented by Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Sector Enterprises. Nothing great here other than, as the name suggests, to promote entrepreneurship among micro, small and medium sector enterprises. Institutional support is from SIDBI, Small Industries Development Bank of India. Focus is women, SC, ST entrepreneurs. Okay. Now that we have reached till here, let us quickly revise before moving ahead, because we have covered quite a lot of schemes. Nothing hardcore as such, but still. The fun scheme that we saw was raise kun AE. I hope you fail in everything that you do in life. I hope so. I'm wishing all bad luck for you. Okay? Take care. Coming back. Ministry of Heavy Industries scheme to promote manufacturing of electric passenger cars in India, that we saw. For that, main highlight point was that 15% for approved manufacturers, duty will be reduced to 15%. That was the only key component to remember from there. Then we had PM Electric Drive Evolution in Innovative Vehicle Environment. That is the PM E-Drive. That was basically to target e-bus, EV, bus, EV, trucks. Other than that, nothing great from there. Yeah, now the time period is important. Till 2028, it is there. Idea is to achieve, to help in achieving by 2070 net zero emission. Then you had the scheme to promote manufacturing of sintered rare earth permanent magnet. REPM. 100 percentage almost from China. So, neodymium, iron, cobalt. The other one is samarium cobalt. 1 minute. Yeah, samarium, sorry. Samarium cobalt. This is the strongest. This can withstand high temperature and corrosion resistant. Uses include electric vehicle, turbines, motors, sensors, etc. Sintered means it is heated to below less than melting point. Then we have Namaste scheme. Namaste scheme is for the manual scavengers, safai karamcharis, waste pickers, especially to help them with the mechanization, safety, and yes, even dignity. That is the core idea there. Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. In that again, 5 lakh per family. Pre-existing diseases is also included. Then if women are there, additional 5 lakh. Jan Arogya Mandir. This name changed was done in 2022. Originally it was called Health and Wellness Centers. Yeah. Swasth Nari Shakti Parivar Abhiyan. Swasth Nari Shakti Parivar Abhiyan. PM inaugurated it, targeting women, adolescent girls, children. Largest health campaign that was set up for a period of close to 2 weeks, you can say. 2 weeks. Again, a component of your Arogya scheme. Yeah. Then you have Pradhan Mantri Swasth Suraksha Yojana. Increase UG, PG medical seats. Increase All India Institute of Medical Sciences. JJM. Piped water. Extended till 2028. 55 liters per capita. Then you have Gobardhan. That is what we saw. Waste to energy. Circular economy. Hmm. 2018 launch year. Aspire, coming under Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Sector Enterprises, and it is for entrepreneurship. Finally, we have Ministry of Rural Development. Any doubts here? Any questions, people? Yes, 2030 net zero carbon emission. The other one is total emission itself. We are going to bring it down. Next one is the Lakpati Didi scheme. Prime Minister honored Lakpati Didis on International Women's Day at Vansi Borsi, implemented under Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Rural Livelihood Mission by Ministry of Rural Development. Scheme was brought in the year 2023. Empower women to establish micro enterprises and promote economic self-sufficiency. Train 2 crore women. Recognizes women self-help group members earning at least 1 lakh annually. Women self-help group members who are earning at least 1 lakh rupees annually, calling them Lakpati Didi scheme. Now, some people, most of us, again, if you're sitting in a town or in a city, we will be like 1 lakh in a year. I mean, what is that? That is nothing. That doesn't even come to 10,000 rupees per month. But in rural area, for a woman to earn anywhere from 8,000 to 9,000 rupees in a month, that is a huge amount. We may not feel so, but the women, for them, that is a huge amount. They feel like they have achieved the pinnacle of their life with it. Clear? Women self-help group members earning minimum rupees 1 lakh per year from agriculture, animal husbandry and small industries. Recognition-based initiative focus on rural women entrepreneurship. Bima Sakhi Yojana, launched to empower rural women and promote financial inclusion under Insurance for All by 2047 mission. Ministry of Rural Development in partnership with LIC. So under this scheme, again, the idea is to basically push women into what? Push women into the insurance sector. Skill training and employment in insurance sector, expand social security coverage, basically encouraging the women to become agents and then asking, not only they will take insurance, they will also try to take, sell the insurance schemes also to people in rural area. Now you must understand one thing, in our country, insurance penetration is very, very low. Number of people who have taken up insurance, that is very, very low. Not at all surprising. Little bit of penetration had happened post-COVID because people suddenly understood that one, entry into the hospital, and that's enough. It will wipe out your savings and it will put you in a state of perpetual debt. So that is why most people started taking health insurance schemes or medical insurance schemes. So that has gone up. But other than that, you seeing insurance as something like as an investment option, or even looking at it as something that is necessary in a long-term perspective, that we don't have it in our country. And especially in rural areas, it is very, very less. There is, you can basically say that there is hardly any exposure. So this is the idea. So under Bima Sakhi Yojana, we are basically trying to do what? With the help of LIC, increase the number of women agents also, as increase the number of women agents, as well as improve the insurance penetration in rural areas. Aimed at creating 2 crore Lakpati Didis by 15th August. Women aged 18 to 70 years, primarily self-help group members. Minimum qualification required is class 10 pass. Monthly stipend of 7,000 rupees per year. First year, second year 6,000, third year 5,000. Why the amount is decreasing? Because obviously, even if you sell one insurance policy, you will get some this thing from it, incentive from it. Correct. So by second year, third year, etc., if you have sold at least 3 or 4 policies also, you will get some incentive from it, and that way you will be able to achieve what? That's amount, like I told you, at least 8,000 or 9,000 rupees per year. Sorry, per month. Which will help you in what? Becoming a Lakpati Didi. Training at Gram Panchayat level, eligible to work as LIC agents. Outstanding performers can qualify for development officer roles. Many females as well as many men are also there who would have only had basic level of education, maybe till 10th standard, but they are good at talking, they are good at convincing people. For such people who have very good communication skills, maybe some are even very good at even speaking multiple languages. For such people, becoming an LIC agent or an insurance agent is actually what a really good job, because all you have to do is talking, sell the policies, and then I'm not telling it is very easy, it is very difficult job, but if you're good at convincing people, this is the best job. They are now, with the help of LIC, we are trying to promote it in the rural area. PYQs for this year's scheme, what PYQs will I include? Wherever a question can be built, I am generating it. I've generated it in the morning session. I'm not sure whether you were there or not. So there I have put it up. Abhiram. Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Cashless treatment of road accident victim scheme 2025. Section 212 defines golden hour as the first 1 hour after traumatic injury when prompt treatment has highest likelihood of saving life. Golden hour. The first 1 hour after you meet with an accident. That 1 hour, in that initial 1 hour itself, the patient should reach the hospital. But generally what happens is, because people are often scared of police procedures, etc., they won't interfere. Some people go into a state of shock when they see blood, when they see death in front of their eyes is happening. They'll go into a state of shock. Some people, inhumanely, like some people here in this chat section, with no consideration for the fact that others are studying, I shouldn't disturb them. Just that same mindset, they will stand there and shoot it. Because for them, the world revolves around them. They will shoot it, they will put it out in social media and make even money out of it. All right. Up to 1,50,000 per victim. Cashless treatment. Maximum 7 days from date of accident. Designated hospitals must begin treatment immediately. Non-designated hospitals can provide only stabilization treatment as per guidelines. Stabilization treatments means to bring down the blood pressure low or excessive bleeding is there, arrest the wound, temporarily stop it. Not that you can go ahead with surgery. Do all the basic level treatment, even putting up glucose or maybe even giving a shot of morphine to reduce the pain, or anesthesia, all that you can do. But after the stabilization is done, the patient should be taken to the designated hospital for treatment purpose. Any road accident victim is eligible. Correct? Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Swalambin Women Entrepreneurship Program. Launched in Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram. Under Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship in collaboration with Niti Aayog. Equip female students with entrepreneurial mindset, skills, mentorship, funding support, promote women-led enterprises and job creation. Now, all said and done, if you actually look at the women from northeastern states, they are very, very independent, fiercely independent women, I would say. It is part of the tribal culture. They won't actually... they're not very coy type, very, very shy types and all. They are actually pretty much strong. Physically also strong, mentally also strong. But again, as we keep seeing in our country, there are idiots in this country who ill-treat them, who call them with racial slur. So if you ask any Northeastern, not just Northeastern person, even if you ask any South Indian, North Indian, East Indian, West Indian, whatever, they will all say where you want to work. If you really ask them, they all want to stay in their same hometown, same place. Correct. Nobody wants to actually move to a different state. Basic thing is cultural shock. And along with that, if you're having this racial attack also, nobody would like to survive there. But then, more often than not, Northeastern people, they endure that suffering because of money. See, the idea here is, why not develop Northeast? Let the people be there. Let them do whatever business they want. So that is the reason why especially you are targeting whom? Women entrepreneurs, where Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram. 600 female students under Entrepreneurship Awareness Program. 300 selected students under Entrepreneurship Development Program. Awareness, development, mentorship, funding support, 40-hour intensive Entrepreneurship Development Program. mentorship and funding support. Okay, just a minute. Yeah. National Scheme for Upgradation of Industrial Training Institutes, ITI. It's a centrally sponsored scheme. Revamp 1000 ITIs, establish 5 centers of excellence for skill development. 60,000 crores are total. Center will give 30,000 crore, states 20,000 crore, industry 10,000 crore. 50% of central share co-financed equally by Asian Development Bank and World Bank. Which other... even me too. Coming back. Which other scheme was there that we discussed today, which is funded by World Bank? Two schemes we discussed today. One was to do with World Bank, where World Bank will give the funding. Other one, we have basically signed an agreement with UNDP. Which are these two schemes? Recall, please. Correct. National Rural Livelihood Mission. Skill program. Okay. But what program it is? UNDP for the cleaning program. Agreed. Namaste. What about this? Exactly. Education related. Where upgrading the institutions, technical institutions, engineering and polytechnic. Part of our new education policy. Yeah, people. So this is the idea. Clear? Now, wait a minute. Okay, done. So National Scheme for Upgradation of ITI, even there also, again, what is happening? World Bank is also there. Asian Development Bank is also there. Two banks. So if you actually look at it, World Bank is happening here. And on this side again, World Bank with ADB for ITIs, Industrial Training Institutes. Five National Skill Training Institutes at Bhubaneswar, Chennai, Hyderabad, Kanpur, Ludhiana, upgraded as National Centers of Excellence. So Odisha, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, UP, Punjab. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Any doubts here, people? Just give me a minute here. Hmm. HOB, as in? No, not engineering colleges, ITI. Hub means actually, see, hub and spoke model actually means there will be just like a wheel. So if I have a main center, okay, once if one center is there which has developed, automatically from this center will become a main focal point, which will lead to development in the nearby areas. That is the real meaning of this hub and spoke model. Because that institute will provide training, will provide the necessary resources, will provide the manpower, technical expertise, whatever is necessary to develop the surrounding area. So if you look at the centers of excellence that has been chosen, Bhubaneswar, Chennai, Hyderabad, Kanpur, Ludhiana, you can clearly see it is almost spread from north to south, little towards the east also, correct? North, south, east, west, it is there. Why? You develop it as centers of excellence, other areas surrounding it also will develop. That is the idea. Lakpati Didi again means to basically encourage those people or those women especially to become Lakpatis. That is annual income, their annual income will be 1 lakh. So we are giving them recognition. Lakpati Didi scheme, whoever is making 1 lakh. When you give them recognition, what happens? These are basically from self-help group. Correct. So when one woman becomes a Lakpati, it will trigger other women also. Even I want to be a Lakpati. So this way what happens is you are empowering a woman financially. In rural area, especially what has been found is when a woman is financially empowered, the health parameters improves, education parameters improves, nutrition parameters improves. That is the idea for this recognition. Now next thing is, okay, now you are giving them recognition, maybe through because they are part of agriculture or they are into animal husbandry and animal rearing, milk selling, whatever. Through that they have become. What other alternatives are there other than the traditional methods of agriculture, animal rearing? That is to become an LIC agent. With Life Insurance Corporation of India, you become an LIC agent. You start selling these insurance schemes. I will become an insurance agent. I'm a woman. I'm an insurance agent and I'll start selling these insurance schemes. That way, what happens is I'm going to get additional income. From non-farm sector also, I can have additional income. Now, 10-20 years ago, you couldn't have done that in a rural area. Why? Forget earning 1 lakh, even 10,000 rupees annually for a woman was unimaginable. But today it is possible thanks to Jandan Yojana accounts, etc., where they have their own independent account, they are able to have some amount of financial independence. So a culmination of all these factors, I have my own account, I am having women oriented self-help groups through which I can again earn money, I can borrow money, I can become financially independent. Now it is possible to sell women that, listen, you need not only do farming, you can do this activity also. The idea is basically to sell insurance, improve the insurance penetration in rural area. Because women generally, or in rural area generally, when you talk about a saving, they don't have a saving scheme as such. And they don't again take insurance scheme for their health or their life or whatever. Now the idea is to promote this. That way what happens, as an insurance agent, I will get my commission, plus farm activity also gives my commission. Overall what happens, rural lifestyle improves. When rurally you are having that level of income, you need not actually come to the city to do what? Manual laborer, domestic servant or maid, or even indulge in manual scavenging, safai karamchari, etc. This is the idea. Kudumbashri is a self-help group. A medium to become a Lakpati. See, self-help. Lakpati Didi means it's a recognition given. Somebody through a self-help group has been able to achieve 1 lakh annual income. That is what it is. Yeah, when I was looking for it. 1 minute. Oh. Pradhan Mantri Skilling and Employability Transformation through Upgraded Industrial Training, PM Setu, launched by Prime Minister, centrally sponsored, transform 1,000 governmental industrial ITI into modern industry aligned institutions. These ITI training institutes, if you generally see, it is basically to train. Yeah, Kudumbashri is only in Kerala. There are self-help groups are there of different types, different names. Kudumbashri is the name of the most, I think, one of the most successful self-help group in India. That is from Kerala. So ITI's purpose is actually to make the people literally updated with the latest development in industry, technology, etc. But these institutes, unfortunately, government-run institutes, like if technology is here, this institute is here. It's very primitive, lacks infrastructure, many problems are there. 1,000 in ITIs, 200 hub in ITIs linked to 800 spoke industrial training institutes. That means 200 is linked to 4. That means 1 is to 4 ratio basically. One hub will train the other 4. Introduce demand-driven courses, revamp existing courses with industry collaboration, special purpose vehicles with anchor industry partners, pathways for long-term diplomas, short-term courses, and executive programs. Other problem with the ITI is that even when you do a complete course from there, people consider it as what? It is just a diploma course. It is not actually given much importance in the official labor market or employment market. So as a result of which, this is not given much importance. But now they are trying to revamp it. Strengthen 5 national skilling training institutes at Bhubaneswar, Chennai, Hyderabad, Kanpur, Ludhiana, centers of excellence. Same thing only. Correct. Andhra Pradesh government is on another level. Ministry of Labor and Employment. Pradhan Mantri Shram Yogi Mandan. New features introduced and outreach expanded. Launched in 2019. It is a central sector voluntary and contributory pension scheme. Ministry of Labor and Employment Pension Fund Manager LIC is involved over here. Contributions and disbursement managed with CSC Governance Services India Limited. Provide financial security to unorganized sector workers. Unorganized workers with monthly income up to 15,000. 18 to 40 years, excludes income tax payers, EPF, ESIC, NPS members and existing government pensioners. Assured pension of 3,000 per month after 60 years. Worker contribution can be as less as 55 per month. Government will match the contribution 1:1. Pension payable after 60 years. Now, if you actually notice, Pradhan Mantri Shram Yogi Mandhan and Atal Pension Yojana. If you look at the common elements here, unorganized sector. Pension after 60, 18 to 40. Both the schemes, these are the common elements. Then what is the difference in it? The main difference is in Pradhan Mantri SYM scheme, you have people who are earning less than 15,000 per month. Here, no such condition is there. If you are from unorganized sector, that is enough. This is exclusively to cover them. Government will pay equal contribution. Here, no such thing is there. Assured pension of 3,000. Again, here it depends upon how much money you have contributed. If it is too low only, government will give some compensation. Otherwise, no. This is the other thing. In Atal Pension Yojana, yes, some income tax deductions, etc. you get. Here, no way. You are not supposed to be an income tax payee. You are not supposed to come under any of the social security scheming. That is the idea. Clear? Moving on. Pradhan Mantri Vikasit Bharat Rozgar Yojana, PMVBRY, August 2025. Flagship Employment Generation Program supports first-time formal workforce entrance. Incentivize employers for new sustained jobs. Promote financial literacy and savings. Expand EPFO-linked jobs. First-time workforce entrance. Employers generating. What is this? Pradhan Mantri Vikasit Bharat Rozgar Yojana. The idea here is basically, if I am an employer, okay, I have my company, I have hired some freshers. Freshers means it is their first job. Okay, they are joining. For more than 6 months, if they have worked with me, I get a certain incentive from the government. The first time employees, the freshers, even they get an incentive. Why? To increase formal employment in the country. It is expected to at least increase new jobs or create new jobs by 2.6 crore. Is this a viable scheme considering inflation factors once the person reaches 60? Some income in hand at the time of retirement is better than no income. And as far as rural people or informal sector is concerned, they don't know about inflation, this, that, etc. So is it viable or not? We'll be able to see it only after 10-15 years. Incentive to first-time employee. EPFO registered first-time employees, monthly salary up to 1 lakh. For them, monthly salary maximum up to 1 lakh, they will receive a certain incentive. And how much, what is that incentive? Equivalent to 1 month's EPF wage. EPF wage. That means what? Employee Provident Fund. Employee Provident Fund is a social security. Correct. That is from your salary, you will pay a percentage to EPF. Like a pension it is in the future. Now that amount, 1 month's EPF wage will be contributed by the government. Maximum how much? 15,000. This is for whom? The first timers who have entered the job market in the formal sector and they have worked in that company at least for 6 months. Then only they get it. First installment after 6 months of continuous service. Second installment after 12 months of service plus completion of financial literacy program. What is this financial literacy program? The idea is basically to teach people again about what? About SIPs. Then share market, insurance, all of that. So that they know what to do with their salary effectively. Like I told you, if you really look at the share market exposure in our country, it is not even 50% of the population. So a huge untapped market is there. If all Indians, or even if 50% of the population puts their money into the share market, trust me, we won't require any foreign help then. We are enough to run our country. We won't even have to bother about exports also. That is the bottom line. Direct benefit transfer to Aadhaar bridge payment system, portion retained in savings instrument or deposit account. Savings component to inculcate savings habit. Part B, incentive to the employer. EPFO registered firms hiring additional employees with salary up to 1 lakh. So new employees that you hire, only for them you will get this benefit, not for the existing employees. So if I'm already having 10 people, I won't get any benefit under this scheme. I'll get this benefit if I hire a new person who is a fresher. Firms with less than 50 employees must hire minimum 2 new workers. Firms with 50 or more employees must hire minimum 5 new workers. And their employment must be sustained for 6 months. Not that I hire them and fire them. If I have hired them, minimum 6 months, they should be retained. EPF wage up to 10,000 or 1,000 per month, 10,001 to 20,000, 2,000 per month, 20,000 to 1 lakh, 3,000 per month per new employee. That means depending upon what is the EPF contribution made by the employee, I will get a certain incentive. Standard is 2 years, extended to 3rd and 4th year for manufacturing sector. Direct benefit direct transfer to PAN-linked employer account. For manufacturing sector, scheme has been extended because basically manufacturing in our country is actually low in terms of contribution to GDP. To encourage that only, this has been brought in. There are companies that pays 1 lakh per month. Many companies are there. Depends upon which college you have passed out from. Didn't you read the news? Some guy got some 30 crore or 35 crore as package. No, there are. It is not that nobody gets it. There are. That is the reason people go to IIT and NIT, right? Worst case scenario, even if you are like a very average student in IIT or NIT, there is still a chance that you will get hired at least for 1 lakh per annum. That is why IIT JEE, the demand of it is going year on year, it is going up. I am not telling that all the people will get a job. No, everywhere it is about competition and survival of the best. You are very good at what you do. You don't sit laxed going to IIT. Now I have reached IIT. Now I have conquered everything in the world. No, once you go there, you are just one IITian among the many IITians in the country. So among them now you will have to compete and be the best again. Only then a company will come and recruit you, and 1 lakh is actually nothing if you are in IIT or NIT. It is nothing. It is peanuts, to be very honest. Employees Enrollment Scheme introduced to boost voluntary compliance and universalized social security. Just a minute. Compliance Facilitation Initiative. Employees Provident Fund Organization under Ministry of Labor and Employment. EPFO implements it. Basically, why? See, it is important that a private company should definitely make contributions to EPFO. Individual will make. That is the private company for whom this individual is working. Individual will make his contribution, private company will make the contribution, so that this will become this fellow's social security in the future. It enables the employers to regularize employees left out of EPF coverage. So this is basically to ensure that those employees who have been left out of the EPFO scheme, they'll be brought in. Many companies are there who don't give any such protection to their employees. They will report less income, they will report less people. That only this many people are working under us, so we don't come under EPFO. We won't satisfy the condition of EPFO. The government has basically brought out the scheme basically telling that we are giving you a certain time period. Within that, if you have not enrolled your employee under EPFO, now you enroll. Time has been given to you. Within that time, if you don't do, then we will put a penalty on you. Ministry of Railway. Amrit Bharat Station Scheme. 103 Amrit Bharat Railway stations inaugurated through video conference from Bikaner, Rajasthan, February 2023. Modernization of railway stations and enhancement of passenger experience. For Divyangjans, including ramp, tactile maps, and accessible toilets. One station, one product kiosk. One station, one product kiosk means a famous product of that area that will be sold there to promote local and traditional products. Integration with metro and bus networks for improved city connectivity. That is one major trouble with our railway stations, right? You get down from the railway station, metro will be somewhere else, bus stand will be somewhere else. Now at least there are few places. For example, in Bangalore, at least bus stand is immediately outside the railway station. Metro also, at walkable distance, you have the metro station available. So that is the part of integration. Is there a cap on amount paid to EPFO? No, it is based on your salary. A salary is this much percentage it is. If this much percentage, an equal contribution matched by the company. If you want, you can increase yours from more than whatever you're giving. An additional amount you can put. That is left to you. Not for that additional amount what you're putting, company need not pay. Minimum percentage is there. This much of salary means this much EPFO contribution. Equal contribution given by the company. Together it gets credited in employee provident fund. 40 crore. No. 40 crore plus. Who said 40 crore and all you should have? Not necessary. Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Green hydrogen certification. Scheme of India. Launched to create certification framework for green hydrogen. Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Established framework to certify green hydrogen production. Ensure transparency, traceability and market credibility. Certification conducted by accredited carbon verification agencies listed by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. What is this green hydrogen now? Green hydrogen simply means hydrogen that is manufactured through renewable energy. That is using solar energy. If I am manufacturing hydrogen, then that is green hydrogen. Using tidal power, I am manufacturing hydrogen. It is green hydrogen. Using wind energy, I am manufacturing hydrogen. It is green hydrogen. Got the point? Now, why are we focusing on hydrogen? Like I've told this in my current affair class, the main problem here is that rare earth element, fine, we can do whatever what we want. We will try to extract it or whatever. But the fact of the matter is 90% of the technology as well as equipment required for rare earth element extraction. Alright, required for rare earth element extraction, that is what completely dominated by China. And China has basically said not to export it, not to give it away that easily. And we also know that rare earth element extraction is highly environmentally degrading. So most of the countries today, they are actually exploring what? Green hydrogen option. Green hydrogen or hydrogen powered vehicles. Because if this you are able to get, the only byproduct that gets released into the atmosphere is basically oxygen and yes, a little bit of water vapor. Those are the only byproducts there, which is not a bad idea. Got the logic here. So that is why India, USA, basically almost all the countries out there who know that we shouldn't depend on China here. They are all exploring this option. Clear? Ministry of Science and Technology. PM Professorship Scheme launched by Anusandhan National Research Foundation. Administered by Anusandhan National Research Foundation, replacing Science and Engineering Research Board. Fellowship is 30 lakh per annum. A research grant of 24 lakh per annum. Institutional overhead 1 lakh annually. A tenure up to 5 years. PM Professorship Scheme. Correct. PM Professorship Scheme's main highlight is what? Main highlight is basically call in the retired scientists, professors, experts, etc. To what? To do further research. I told you, research and development, we are very poor in it, correct? Funding is also very low. So we are trying every ways now, in each sector, we are trying to improve the research. That is the idea. So earlier we saw this with regard to Ayurveda. Now we are seeing this with regard to what? Professorship scheme itself. Leverage the expertise of superannuated scientists. Superannuated means retired scientists, industry experts, and professors of practice to strengthen research in emerging institutions. Embedded within promoting advanced and inclusive research program using hub and spoke model. Retired scientists from reputed institutions, industry professionals, professors of practice, NRIs, persons of Indian origin, overseas citizenship of India. Full-time relocation is required. Replaces SERP. As fellowship, they'll get 60,000 per month and 20 lakh annual research grant. Split water into hydrogen oxide. Correct. All right. Research and Development Innovation Scheme approved by Union Cabinet with a corpus of 1 lakh crore. So the RDI scheme is basically for what? Scale up private sector participation in high-end research and innovation. Support sunrise and strategic sectors, finance project at higher technology readiness levels, facilitate deep tech fund of funds. Why? I will tell you. Why private sector especially? If you look at China, if you look at USA, Europe, etc., everywhere if you see, private sector dominates research and development. The idea is very simple. It is largely because of one thing. The academia, that is the colleges, the institutions, the universities, industria, private players, industries, manufacturing units, and the market, they all are connected. So any updation that happens in the market, or okay, this is the next big thing, AI is the next big thing, if it is going to happen, syllabus will start getting updated here. Industry also will basically start telling that we need research in this. These are the research topics what we can offer. We need further research in this. Because they have money with them. But they may not have the pure theoretical experts. Academia will always have professors who have, who are literally experts in their subject. So they will offer the research topics based from market. Academia also will improve their syllabus based on what is the current market demand. Then they will work together. And the end result is what? You will have some amazing byproduct. Governmental interference, as you can clearly see, is very, very low. Government may give some hand-holding support, like allowing them to integrate, telling them, come together, creating platform or creating summits. Those superficial things only government will do. Whereas every other work, if you see, the three of them will sit together and they will do it. This is what happens in US, Europe, China, Japan, everywhere. In India, what is the result? In India, it is the ulta. Ulta means here research and development, when you talk about government sector dominates, or rather it is more research and development. Funding comes from government rather than private sector. And what is the main reason for it? Simple. No connect between any three. That is the main reality. There is no connect absolutely. Because first of all, our academia syllabus never gets updated based on what is the current trend, right? Based on current trend, if things have to be updated, means we should be moving towards what? Quantum technology, where we start teaching quantum technology, nanotechnology. Correct. All these at a school level onwards. It is never taught. And at college level, we should be having the higher versions of it. That is never there. We always teach the same old thing. A for apple, B for, I mean, not A for apple. I'm not telling it is not necessary. But what I'm trying to tell is we have never updated, we don't bother to update our syllabus. So our syllabus remains, what is it? Not at all updated. Industria has no connect with the academia. There is no connect at all. So academia suffers from what? Lack of funds. Any fund means academia doesn't depend on the market. It depends on what? Government in our country. Government ends up funding them. That is the bottom line. Clear? So RDI scheme is basically to encourage private sector. Priority sectors include energy, climate, deep technologies, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and digital economy. Technology readiness level 4. There are 3 levels like this. One is 1 to 3. The other one is 4 to 7. The other is 8 to 10. 1 to theory is mostly, let us say, the theory phase. Theory phase, etc., where you basically make some small prototype models and all. This is what the model is. This will do this will do that, blah, blah, blah. The next phase is the 4 to 7 phases, technology readiness phase we are talking about. This is unfortunately called the graveyard phase. Why it is called the graveyard phase? Because here, this theory phase, most projects will look very promising. Wow, what an idea, what a wonderful idea. Now, when you try to scale it up, that time you will realize that this is not at all practical. Main reason is the cost, because by that, when you look at the total cost that you have to put into it and the final product that you get, you will be like, this won't work. So what happens at this stage, most of the projects die. But those projects that survive this stage, the next stage is 8 to 10, because now what is it? Commercial application, generating revenue. Clear? Capacity Building and Human Resource Development Scheme, approved for 15 Finance Commission cycle, implemented by Council of Scientific and Industrial Research under Department of Scientific and Industrial Research. Quality researchers in science, technology, engineering, medical, and mathematical sciences. Doctoral and postdoctoral fellowship, extramural research scheme, emeritus scientist scheme, Bhatnagar fellowship, awards for excellence, knowledge sharing grants for travel and symposia. Again, to encourage research it is. Reminds me of Galgotia's university, correct? Governing Board of Anusandhan National Research Foundation, chaired by the Prime Minister. fund high risk, high impact research, foster collaboration among laboratories, startups, and industry, promote technology self reliance. Again, this is also the same thing, research, development, and innovation funding, RDI funding. If you look at the points here, objective here, you can see one point here, foster collaboration among laboratories, startups, and industry. Foster collaboration. That means in India, you have to take that effort to collaborate between multiple partners or players. In the Western countries, Asian countries, etc., that happens like organically. There it is natural that they collaborate and they work together. Whereas in India, government has to take the initiative. Clear, people? Sanchar Mitra scheme launched nationwide to use student volunteers as digital ambassadors for telecom awareness. Department of Telecommunication training support from National Communications Academy, Technology and Media Wing of Department. Grassroots level awareness on telecom services, cyber security, digital fraud, electromagnetic field radiation, and responsible mobile usage. Structure around 3 pillars: connect, educate, innovate. Promotes digital literacy, citizen telecom ecosystem, bridge building. That is basically to make people aware about how to use telephones, what are the dangers of it, what are the risks of it, cyber security, digital arrest, how to protect your account, all of that. Awareness. Idea, if you really see, this was actually, I am not telling that they took it from there, but Kerala, when they became a 100% digitally literate state, the Kerala government literally did this. They used school students and college students to help the senior citizens of the state how to open a Facebook account, how to log into a government website and apply for whatever you want, like a ration card or a Aadhaar card or voter's ID, how to do it through websites. That was taught by the students there. And that actually empowered the senior citizens there, because for most people, other than using YouTube or maybe Instagram to watch reels, they don't know beyond that what to do. Some even don't even know how to open an Insta account or a Facebook account. So that was taught to them by the students. Same idea, Sanchar Mitra scheme, central government level, basically to improve what? Telecom literacy. Clear? You want to take a break, Pratap? You are free to leave. Bharat 6G mission, Apex Council meeting chaired by Union Minister of Communication, reviewing progress, March 2023. Make India a global leader in 6G by 2030. Again, academia, industry, startups, and public institutions. Bharat 6G Alliance has a multi-stakeholder platform. The first target is 1 terabit per second speed. A 1 microsecond latency. 1 microsecond latency means you click on something, it will come to you immediately. You don't have to like keep waiting, loading. The 1 microsecond latency simply means that much high speed it is. So I don't know, for a common man, basically to watch a video or to watch a movie, that is like epic, or to even make a video call, this is more than sufficient. But this is very much essential if you want to explore the future of AI, Internet of Things, etc. This is required. Holographic communication, metaverse, robotics, remote healthcare. For all this is required. Alliance as multi-stakeholder platform means it won't be just government that is involved there. Government will be there, private sector will be there, universities will be there. Everybody will have a stake in it. A stake in it in the sense they'll also have some investment in it. That is what it means. Bharat 6G Alliance, platform under Bharat 6G mission, multi-stakeholder collaborative platform, build world-class 6G ecosystem. Yeah. Again, you have academia, industry, startups, and public institutions. That's it. Orange economy. Agreed. Even for orange economy, you need it. Ministry of Power. Assistance in deploying energy efficient technologies in industries and establishments. Aditi. Launched by Ministry of Power in collaboration with Bureau of Energy Efficiency. To support again micro, small and medium enterprises in adopting clean and energy efficient technology, reduce carbon footprint and enhance productivity. Help micro, small and medium sector enterprises in investing in energy efficient technologies. One homework I will give you at the end of this. Basically, if you see, there are a lot of MSME focused schemes. Write it separately. Clear? Orange economy is to do with anything that is anything and everything associated with the creative field. Now, creative field, now many people will say digital content. It is not just about the digital content. It is also about generating wealth from concert economy. Concert economy, that means live shows. So in US, etc., if you generally see these people, like when I don't follow it much, but there are so many singers out there. When you look at every third person on the road, this person is a singer, that person is a singer, this person is a songwriter, that person is a songwriter. But there you don't have Hollywood movies where a singer will come and sing, then Leonardo DiCaprio will also sing along with it. That you don't have it there. That culture itself is not there. In US, etc., US or Europe, if you see, movies are separate, singers are separate, songwriters are separate. They don't write songs for movies. Yet, some of the singers there are richer than the richest actor in Hollywood. Why? One live show is enough. One live show, the smallest ticket will be something like $30, $40, which will be like some far away. Very, very far away. The nearest ticket, like just below the stage and all, if you need, you will have to pay $1,000. And something like 70 to 75% of the total tickets sold goes to the singer and his team. He will take the money, he will pay for his guitarist, dancers, etc., etc. 30% will be taken by that stadium or that concert, that hall or whatever, that club or whatever. For them, that is also sufficient, because if it is a house full show, means it's more than sufficient for them. Even they will end up with one show they will end up earning millions. This is the beauty. So not only does it generate, it is a $1 billion industry in US. And it gives employment to millions. Orange economy is trying to focus on this. Orange economy is trying to capitalize on this. That is by actually using this concert economy, when we can generate wealth here. Because that culture is building up. If you actually see now, people are actually going and sitting, watching, paying tickets, paying money to watch stand-up comedians. Correct. If Arjit Singh's show is there, it is a houseful show. If Sonu Nigam is coming to Bangalore to sing, that is a houseful show. Shreya Ghoshal is singing, that is a houseful show. For most singers, that is where the real money is lying today. Not Bollywood or anything. Because there they get peanuts. They are paid peanuts only. For their song, for the whatever changes they make in the lyrics, they don't get any additional rupee. Whereas a concert, what it is, live show, they get a chunk of money. So, government is also trying to encourage this. That is the idea. Exactly. Economic value of online games, generation to music, video editing, or any other art form. Exactly. Digital art forms, basically. Digital content, digital creativity, etc. See, I'm telling you again and again, there are 1,000 ways to make money legally in India. Legally, 1,000 ways are there. And there are many YouTubers who have already made, I'm not joking here, they have already made somewhere between 60 lakhs to 1 CR savings. And they are all less than 25 years old. That is why Indian parents have also kept quiet. Because they are gamers or they are online streamers, YouTube content creators, whatever. Their parents are also keeping quiet for that reason. Because already they have enough to settle in life. Why should we don't disturb them? That is the bottom line. Clear? But this is not permanent. I mean, what is permanent in life? Later they can do something else. You are in the creative field. You are ready to update. You are constantly ready to learn. You will keep learning. Abhijit, people will only pull you down as long as you are struggling in life. Like I told you, once you come out in a decent car, you're wearing decent set of clothes, or people will say we should not spend money on all those. No. At least you have to spend initial days, spend money on some things to show others that you're not below poverty line. Once they see that, relatives will keep quiet. Then they will only come and ask you, how did you generate this much of followers? How did you get this many subscribers? That is the bottom line. Clear? Ministry of Coal, Reclaim, a community engagement and development framework to be launched as a national framework for community engagement during mine closure and post closure phases. Closing the mines are very, very important, because later what will happen is, if you don't close the mine properly, those holes are enough, it will rain. Water will get flooded inside. Somebody will be walking. They won't even know there is a hole. They will go down. And these holes, coal mining holes, if you see, they are not actually straight. They'll initially go straight, then they will go sideways, and then it will go down. Something like this. And here, for all the right or wrong reasons, you will have water. A person, when they fall, they'll slide down, they'll go into that water, they will drown and they will die. And many a times what happens is, even people outside won't even get to know that somebody has died there, until and unless the smell starts coming out. So closure of the mine is very, very important. So reclaim is basically about what? Closing the mines, and the post-closure phase also. That is checking whether it is still closed, whether everything is fine or not. How are you doing it? With community, with the support of the community. Coal Controller Organization under Ministry of Coal. Heartfulness Institute. Comprehensive Community Development Framework, address challenges of mine closure impacts on communities and landscape. That's it. So now, very quickly, let us try revising whatever we covered in the second half now. So we covered Lakpati Didi. Recognition given by the PM. Connecting that, again we saw Bima Sakhi Yojana. Again, to increase the number of Lakpati Didis through LIC. Cashless treatment of road accident victims. Designated hospitals are there. Maximum amount of rupees 1.5 lakh. Golden hour. Reduce the number of people who are dying because of accident. That is the basic idea. Swa Swa Va Swava Lambini, Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram. Women entrepreneurs. Upgradation of ITI, World Bank plus Asian Development Bank. Again, centers of excellence: Chennai, Hyderabad, Bhubaneswar, Ludhiana, Kanpur. PM Sedu, Pradhan Mantri, Skilling and Employability Transformation through Upgraded Industrial Training Institute, PM Setu. Again, to do with ITI only, improving its skills, that etc. etc. Same point only. Pradhan Mantri, Shram Yogi Mandan. For people in the unorganized sector earning less than 15,000 rupees, 18 to 40 years, assured pension of 3,000 per month, 1:1 contribution. Then we saw Pradhan Mantri Vigasit Bharat Rozgar Yojana. First time employees. EPFO contribution of 1 month by government. Minimum time period is 6 months. Employee also gets the benefit, employer also gets the benefit. Amrit Bharat Station Scheme. Again, to improve the quality of the railway station, integrated with bus service and metro service. 103. Green hydrogen certification. That is just a certification scheme only. It will be certified by agencies approved by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. PM Professorship. It is basically for the retired scientists, professors, experts. ₹30 lakh per annum, 24 lakh per annum, 1 lakh additional fund per institution. RDI. Increase the private sector participation in research and development. Governing, and it will be managed by the Anusandan. Anusandan National Research Foundation. The governing body is chaired by the Prime Minister to facilitate collaboration between the stakeholders. Sanchar Mitra for telecom awareness, using students for the same. Bharat 6G mission, for which you have the Bharat 6G Alliance, 1 terabyte data. Then you have Aditi. This is for MSMEs energy efficiency. All right, people. So this is the bottom line. Sorry, one more was there. Ministry of Coal. That is under coal you have reclaim. Coal India Limited with community participation. Closure plus post closure of mines. Yeah. All right, people. What are all the problems with AI in India? First of all, we are dependent on technology. We don't have electricity. We don't have that much of water. AI requires water for its cooling purposes. Water itself, we don't have. Electricity, we don't have 24 bar 7 uninterrupted electricity. We don't have enough amount of people to work in that sector. Then technology wise, if you see, we are still lagging. Whatever technology is currently available of AI, indigenous Indian technology is very less. Instead, what we have is mostly Western technology in languages which are alien to most of the Indians. It is basically English. Most of the people in our country are still not comfortable with the language English. Then the other one is again being Chinese. So that those are some of the reasons. AR Sidhu, I didn't understand your question only. Some schemes are only on the paper only. So how to enact is a proper way? Is it possible? As in? No, schemes are not in paper. It gets implemented also. If it is not getting implemented, it is because of petty puny politics and because of the lack of interest from the side of the government servants or the officers. That is the reason. Ministry of Tourism onwards, we will take it up after a lunch break. So we'll get back at 2 p.m. Welcome back, people. It's like 4 hours it's been, so my eyes have a very low tolerance for the studio light here. That is why I'm wearing this. So let us continue with our discussion now. Ministry of Tourism, Saski Initiative, launched to develop iconic and lesser known tourist destinations across India. Special assistance to states for capital investment. Create end-to-end tourist experience with cultural, economic, and environmental value. Reduce congestion at popular sites by promoting lesser-known destinations. 100% central funding for development. Operation and maintenance will be by respective state government. Projects to be completed by March 2026. Holistic development, nothing great here. Moving on, Ministry of Cooperation. Grant in aid to National Cooperative Development Corporation. No, in the last live, what happened was I almost started squinting my eyes. So some people started telling that I have become tired. There's nothing to do with tiredness. The light is merciless. Grant in aid to National Cooperative Development Corporation, NCDC. Clear. Approved by Union Cabinet as Central Sector Scheme. Central strengthen cooperative sector, enable long-term and working capital financing, support new project expansion, modernization, working capital. Just the just general points here. Nothing great. 2,000 crore over 4 years. 25-26 to 28-29. Loans provided directly to cooperatives. That's it. National Cooperative Development Corporation, which is a statutory body, promotes and finances development of cooperatives in the agriculture, dairy, fisheries, textile sector. Established year 1963. Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. Provide free LPG connection to women from BPL households. To promote clean cooking fuel and reduce indoor air pollution. 12,000 crore is the financial outlay. Rupees 300 per LPG cylinder up to 12 cylinders per year. That is the subsidy offered. Adult woman from poor household with no LPG connection includes Socioeconomic Caste Census 2011, poor households, SC, ST, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana beneficiaries, Antyodaya Anna Yojana families, forest dwellers, most backward classes, T and XT garden tribes, River Island residents, others eligible through 14-point self-declaration. Male members cannot apply. It is only for women. Now, why is it that it is being given to women? Now, the thing what you have to understand here is, see, people may think what is so great deal. We always, sitting in towns and cities or maybe even villages also, we won't be able to understand this much better. Women go out to pick firewood. And to pick the firewood, generally they go deep into the forest. And when they go there, any amount of attack can happen on them. From wild animals to human beings, sometimes they can simply get lost inside the forest. Anything can happen. And burning that firewood is never actually healthy. That will again give them a lot of other diseases with regard to the lungs. So, this is actually one of the major initiatives of the central government, which has actually empowered the women of the country. Now, we all know in the background of the West Asian crisis that is happening, the scheme, many people were telling, no, the government actually made a blunder. When I had taken it in my current affair class, that is crude oil. What is it? We have stock of it. Some 70 something, 78 or 80 days it is there. Similarly, for coal also, we have a stock of it. So, in the current affair, especially the one which I took last week, or I had just started taking, Wednesday, if you remember, I had mentioned that we don't have a buffer stock of gas. What even I never thought, because I was referring to the Hindu, obviously. What even I never thought was, see, crude oil or coal, you can store it. Underground, wherever you want, above the ground, underground, you can store it. How the hell are you going to store gas like that? Pressurized gas for how many months will you store? And imagine the safety aspect there. Coal or crude oil, you put a matchstick into it, it is not going to burn. Correct? It won't burn like that. Gas, one spark is enough. One small spark, a tiny change in the pressure, the whole thing will lead to what? One major explosion. Where in India can we go and put it? Or rather keep it? It is not at all practical. In fact, most of the major world economies also, they don't have any storage system as such, where for months together you can stock and store LPG gases. That we don't have. So that is what we need to understand here, the practical aspect of it. So this is just a 2-month glitch that we are having with this Ujjwala Yojana right now. Within that, it will get sorted out. All right. Ministry of Textiles. PM Mega Integrated Textile Region and Apparel. Launch year 2021. What is the vision? 5F formula. Farm to fiber. From farm, the fiber will be taken to factory, to fashion, and from there foreign. Foreign means you are exporting it. Arey yaar. Aim. Integrated large-scale textile parks with world-class infrastructure. Time period 2021 to 2027, 28. 6 years. Implementing agency, it's a special purpose vehicle. Now, what is a special purpose vehicle? You will keep hearing this every now and then. SPV. The SPV, as the name suggests, it's a special purpose vehicle, not actually a vehicle or anything. It is actually meant like one, maybe it can be a financial body or it can be an administrative body. It is created for a specific purpose. Once that work is over, the body is disbanded. So here in this particular case, it is to basically improve the center-state coordination. From a financial angle, sometimes a special purpose vehicle is created exclusively to look into the funding aspect of any one sector or any one scheme. Clear? Location, Bainsola village, Dhar district, Madhya Pradesh. Minimum 1,000 acres contiguous, encumbrance free land. Alignment with state textile and industrial policies, ability to attract investment, policy stability. Greenfield, that is only new projects, as well as brownfield. Both the projects are applicable. Clear? Next, TexRAMS, Textile Focused Research Assessment, Monitoring, Planning and Startup. Central Sector Scheme, fully funded by the Government of India, 305 crore from 26 to financial year 2025-26 to financial year 2030-31. Co-terminus with the Finance Commission cycle. 16th FC. Future-proof textiles and apparel ecosystem by addressing gaps in research, data systems, innovation and capacity. General points. Nothing specific there. Ministry of Women and Child Development. Under that, Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana. Launch year was 2017. It's a centrally sponsored scheme, improve the maternal health and nutrition, basically to reduce the maternal mortality rate. Current maternal mortality rate of India is around 80. All right. Now, taking it further forward, compensate wage loss during pregnancy and lactation, promote institutional delivery and child immunization. All right, people, promote institutional delivery, because as we know, there are still people who actually give birth at home, saying that this is the natural way, this is the healthy way, etc., etc. The first important thing is to take the woman to a health center is not just to ensure the health of the female, but also the health of the baby. It is very, very important. Taking it further forward, pregnant and lactating mothers for first live birth, second child only if girl. Government employed women already receiving maternal benefits. Cash incentive for the first child is 5,000. Registration of pregnancy after more than 1 month antenatal checkup after birth plus first immunization. Additional benefit, second child, if it is a girl, you get 6,000 rupees. So this is like at different stages only you get this breakup. This incentive. Why? This is to ensure that the mother is alive, the baby is alive. Nothing has happened to the mother, nothing has happened to the baby. Baby's nutrition levels are all fine. Baby has not been murdered so far. All right. This is the point. Direct benefit transfer to bank account of eligible women. Recent coverage exceeds 15 lakh beneficiaries. People, please focus on the class. I I have an issue with the lights here. It's been more than 4 hours. That is the reason I'm wearing it. The studio light, it is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 180 watts light is there up. And then there is this studio. If you have gone to take a passport photo, you should be knowing. That studio light is there from below. The combined effect is actually, burning my eyes. That is the reason. Not that I'm trying to do some cheap show off or shining here. Please focus on the class. I beg you all. Ministry of Development of Northeast Region. NE Sparks Program. Northeast Students Program for Awareness, Reach and Knowledge on Space. Ministry of Development of Northeast Region, along with NESAC and ISRO, 8 Northeastern state governments. Promotes STEM interest and scientific curiosity among students. That is science, technology, engineering, maths, exposure to space, technology. Yeah. Then PM Devine, Prime Minister's Development Initiative for Northeast Region. Rapid and inclusive development through infrastructure, livelihood, and region-specific interventions. Northeast Sparks target is 800 students, 4 batches, 394 students have been covered so far. Visits to ISRO. Right, meritorious students from northeastern states. And with that, we have come to an end of the most important schemes. Retrieved. All right, most important schemes are over. Very quickly, let us just revise whatever we have seen so far, especially after lunch. Yeah. SASKI initiative, special assistance to states for capital investment. It's exclusively in the capital sector. It is 100% central funding for development, especially for the tourism circuits, etc. It will be funded completely by the center, but the maintenance aspect of it will be carried out by the state. Followed by that, you have Ministry of Cooperation, grant in aid to National Cooperative Development Corporation. For what purpose? To set up cooperatives in various sectors, agriculture, farming, dairying, etc. Fisheries, textiles. Then Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana 2016 for BPL families, forest dwellers, women households, not for the males. You will get subsidy of up to 300 rupees per LPG cylinder, up to 12 cylinders per year. Ministry of Textiles. Again, PM Mega Integrated Textile Region and Apparel, launched in the year 2021. 5F formula: farm, fiber, factory, fashion, foreign. Idea is basically to improve our export sector through textiles again. Textile again, as you know, it employs a large number of people. So we are focusing on that because it is one sector where we are really doing good. So we are trying to improve it even more further. Special purpose vehicle we discussed, green and brownfield projects, Tex Rams, that is exactly coterminous with Finance Commission. Again, the purpose is what? Future-proof textiles and apparel ecosystem. Again, Tex Rams, you can remember it this way, to focus on research in textiles. Ministry of Women and Child Development, Pradhan Mantri Madru Vandana Yojana 2017, basically to reduce the maternal mortality rate for the first child and to ensure that, when the mother actually goes into labor, she does not lose on her income. So, an incentive is provided to her. For the second child, if it is a girl child, again financial incentive is provided. Now, the incentive is not paid in a lump sum, it is paid in installments. This is to ensure that both the mother as well as the child both are healthy and alive. That is the most important point here. Again, money is directly transferred into accounts of the females. Ministry of Development of Northeast Region, Northeast Sparks. Northeast Sparks purpose is what? Purpose is basically to ensure that Northeastern students get connected with ISRO, that is Space Initiative it is. Then PM Devine. Devine as in Development Initiative for Northeast Region to develop infrastructure, roadways, highways, etc., livelihood and region-specific interventions. All right, people. Any questions here? Before we move on to from the Economic Survey 25-26. This is actually supposed to be the fourth part of The economic survey. If you remember, I had only made 3 videos. And I told you a 4th part will be taken, focusing on the other aspects. This is the other aspect here. Clear? So, any questions here? PDF is in PW app. PW app, Udaan. It is available there. There it will be uploaded. All right. Now let us see some very important points that is there. Northeast to promote. Very good. Northeast to promote in STEM education or for ISRO. Spark is for ISRO. All right. Northeast Spark is for ISRO. ISRO as in developing the space related connect between those students. That is generally, if you notice, Northeast, unfortunately, people from Northeast, when you generally see them, they work as maybe maids or maybe in beauty parlors. All right, massage parlors, etc. Generally, I'm talking about generally. I'm not telling that all of them are like that, but generally you see them. Now, it is not that they are not intelligent or they are not, they cannot study science or technology, nothing like that. It is just that the lack of opportunities. That is the main point there. It is the lack of opportunities because, like I told you, these are like very physically active people. They actually indulge in those things where physical labor is involved. They prefer that. Not that they don't like to study, but they prefer it. That is what I'm trying to tell you. And again, the whole racial bias, what generally the rest of the states from north to south, east to west have towards the northeasterners have reduced a lot of opportunities for them. So we are taking the central government has decided to take an active interest in connecting them with STEM and space. For that, you have sparks. And like I told you earlier, the idea behind Divine is again development of the Northeast region. Culture wise, region wise, you develop it so that the people there are happy. Like you have all the facilities there itself and they can grow there. Like I told you, it is a very beautiful place. Those who have not visited Northeast should visit there. One of the most beautiful places on planet Earth. That level of greenery and extremely mild, very good people you will find over there. So you have to visit there. Only then you will realize that being a Keralite, I can tell you this, God's own country, yeah, Kerala may be, yes. It is only because you have not visited Northeast yet. That is the reason. Northeast is actually underrated. Is it okay to go through it now? Go through what? So let us see economic survey. What do we have? Annual survey of incorporated service sector enterprises. It is like registered, okay. Registered service sector enterprises. It is a first time initiative that will complement the ASUSC. What is ASUSC? Annual survey of unincorporated sector enterprises. Quarterly release introduced district level estimates target by 2026, which will complement the ASI SSC. That is, you are basically going to find out the total number of enterprises that are out there, which are registered as well as unregistered in the service industry. Service industry, when I say, don't just think about IT services, every service. Every service. So whatever is to do with tourism, banking, even hotel industry, restaurant industry, education industry, all of that will be surveyed now. Like I told you, the agenda of the government is to create data. Priya Karthik, how many prelims questions we can expect this year from government schemes based on previous trends? 3 to 4 maybe. All India Debt and Investment Survey, AIDS 26-27. See, direct survey question, if you're asking me, 3 to 4. Direct question, as in a scheme or whatever. When you talk about indirect questions, that is maybe as one statement it will come, or an application part of a scheme to come, that can range from 5 to 6. So totally, if you count it, it will easily come to some 10 to 12. Direct and indirect put together. How to remember this many abbreviations? Keeping on reading it. That is the only way. All India Debt and Investment Survey, household sector, rural and urban, debt as well as investment, from July 2026 to June 2027, asset ownership and indebtedness data. So this actually helps us in understanding how much of active loans are there of the people of the country and how much debt, like assets, they have. Situation Assessment Survey on Rural Agricultural Households 26-27. The income, the production, their indebtedness, technology use, access to government schemes. Holistic farm level data. Getting the point here. So, if you remember earlier, the first scheme that we saw under Ministry of Agriculture, where a farmer will be given an identity based on which an ID, an official digital ID, based on which we will be able to know what is the crop zone, what is their land size, etc. That clubbing with this, what happens? You have proper agricultural data now. You will really get to know how many farmers are really in the large income bracket, how many are in the small income bracket, how many are actually small and marginal farmers having very small land holdings. Yeah, you can continue. This is just the initiatives that are there. I'm not talking about any economic survey concept here. Household income survey has been proposed tentatively in 2026. Address lack of regular income surveys guided by technical expert group, uses international best practices. Income data of all the households. Periodic labor force survey revised to monthly and quarterly estimates about the labor force, employment and labor force indicators. Forward-looking CAPEX survey, which was first conducted in 2024. CAPEX survey means capital expenditure. Expected investment over 2 financial years, provides forward-looking policy insights. Modular surveys conducted in 2025, sector-specific. Immediate policy requirements, short duration, annual surveys. Survey modernization under CAPI plus E-Sigma. Real-time data validation, monitoring, faster processing. Includes geotagging, reports released within 45 to 90 days, monthly results within 15 days. Statistical system reform. That is, earlier when they collected data, what they used to do was, okay, 2010, there is 10% of the population who is into agriculture, let us say. So 2026, 16 years it's been, maybe some 15% will be now the current amount of people who are into agriculture. I have not went and gone around counting the number. It is an extrapolation being made. That is, I'm making on rather an intelligent or a non-intelligent guess, however you want to put it. That is, this year it was this much, means this year maybe it would have increased to this much. Like how we say approximately. When we normally talk also, we say, right, at least 70% chances there for this question to come. On what basis 70%? Simply, randomly we use such numbers without any scientific basis. So currently the statistical system reforms basically focuses on what? It basically focuses on high frequency and granular data. That is data we are going to focus on extensively. Micro level, whatever data we need to collect, we are going to collect. Obviously, we need the state's cooperation in it. And if you look at the, like I told you, the larger scheme of things, census, etc. that is happening, goes without saying, all our data is going to get digitalized once and for all. So no more faking up an EWS or even faking up an OBC non-creamy layer or even an SC/ST status. None of this you can fake. It also makes it easier for the government to target schemes individually towards the right beneficiaries. E-Sankhiki portal. 770 plus indicators, 18 statistical products, 136 million records, data from Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, RBI and other ministries. Dashboards, application programming interface, customized download, enhances accessibility and usability of official statistics, part of integrated digital ecosystem. Sankhiki portal, Sankhya, number. What does it mean? Means all data integration, numerically whatever data is there from MOSPI, RBI, other ministries, entire thing will be coordinated and integrated here. So at the click of a mouse, I'll get to know what data I require of which ministry, what is the current trend, what is the latest update. I'll get the entire picture. Micro data portal, unit level data from 177 national surveys. Structured access, internationally accepted metadata and documentation, facilitates detailed data analysis and research. Standardized documentation. Taking it further forward, Government of India Stats mobile app, official statistics accessible through mobile. Official statistics, obviously, when all the data is available easily, anybody can access it. Anybody can access it. So the question is, okay, now tomorrow, let us say 1 year down the line, 1 year down the line or 2 years down the line, 2028. Government is telling that under this particular scheme, we are going to target these communities under SC and under ST. We are not going to give it to entire SC. We are only going to give it to these people. Automatically, some communities within SC will say, no, this is not fair, blah, blah, blah. They will create protests. They may challenge it in Supreme Court or High Court. High Court or Supreme Court will question the government. Okay, why have you targeted only few communities within SC and ST for this scheme? Why haven't you given it to the complete people? So government then produces the data to them and tells them, see, listen, these many communities, they are already having high income or they are having this much of assets. Whereas the bottom half of the SC or the ST community, what you see, they don't have that access there. Economically, they are not at all empowered. So we are targeting them exclusively. Nothing to say. But Supreme Court also will not interfere. Because there is a logic to it. There is a proper logic to it. Why are you doing this? Why are you only targeting one small community or making positive discrimination? This is the reason. Taking it further forward, Paimana 2.4 platform, monitoring of large public projects. Digital monitoring tools improves tracking and impact assessment of public projects, strengthen governance and transparency. So this is Paimana 2.24 platform. Basic point is large scale infrastructure projects. What is its current scenario? Current update, what it is. Sometimes we ourselves don't know, right? We will hear this project is launched, that project is launched. But we never get to know, yeah, what is its update? How much percentage is completed? When will the remaining get completed or not? That is why this platform. Data harmonization initiative. Data sets across ministries and states, common standards, classification, unique identifiers. Ensures interoperability and consistency of data, supports integrated statistical system. What do you mean by that? See, one of the next major problem I will tell you. Now, always you'll keep hearing, right? Kerala government telling probably or West Bengal government telling center is not giving us fund. Center will be like, we gave you fund. State will be like, no, you didn't give us. The center will be like, no, I gave you initially. You did not give me the proper breakup, the proper records, like how much money, where did you spend, how did you spend? I need the proper record. State will say, no, I sent it to you. So always you can hear this tu me between center and state. So what is the problem here? Center has basically prescribed a format in which you have to show what money you got, where and all you have spent it. And it has to be, once in a prescribed format it has to be, and it has to be authenticated by the auditor for the state government. They have to audit it. Then that will go to the center. Then once the center checks, cross verifies all the accounts, everything, the next batch of fund is released. That means in our country, even after 75 years of independence, there is no agreement with regard to filing of data. Why? It is not only just between center and state. Even among ministries, when you see, you actually feel that each ministry is filing their own data in their own style. There is no common format. So data harmonization's initiative's main purpose is that one standard format of giving the data. One standard format. Got the point here? National Metadata Structure 2.0. Metadata standardization, alignment with UN standards, improves data quality and transparency, enables interoperability. Statistical quality assessment framework, again aligned with UN standards, reliability, transparency, and quality of data. SOPs for definitional divergence to ensure uniformity across datasets. Cross dataset definitions. That means definitions should be the same across the dataset. It should not keep varying. So this is again to ensure what? Harmonization of data. Bottom line is you're making things more accessible for the people to understand. Anybody who takes it up, even if you don't have a technical background to it, you will understand what is this data about. Got the point here? In fact, these initiatives, making things completely digital, harmonizing the data, making one single format for reporting the data, this will actually make RTI less relevant. Because most of the data, whatever you need, it is available at the click of a mouse. Then why do you need it? AI Ready Statistical System Initiative, National Statistical System, to prepare the system for AI-based application. That is the next aspect. Once I collect all this data, even this much of data I have, around 177 survey data I have, ministerial data I have. With all this data, what will I do? Because I have to sit and read each line, each row, then think about its interpretation. It will take time, easily. I mean, so many ministries, center-state relation, all of that. But if I feed it into an AI system and I tell them, based on the data, give me a conclusion and put subheading everywhere, it will clearly tell me where each project is lagging, which ministry is doing good, which state is doing good, which sector needs more funding, which sector requires more hiring. AI will tell me. AI will also tell me where corruption is happening. It will tell, because it will say this much is the expenditure, whereas for the other states the expenditure was only this much. There is definitely some wastage of money has happened in this scheme. All that data I will get. Now, another scheme again, nudge, non-intrusive usage of data to guide and enable. Nudge was actually a step taken by the income tax department as well as GST department. Rather than, telling people, if you don't pay the tax, then that is there, this is there for you, we are going to punish you. You don't threaten them. Instead, you tell them, see, listen, this is much tax you need to pay. If not whole amount, at least partly you start trying to pay it. It's like giving a nudge, like a small jhatka. All right, small dhakka you're giving and you're telling them, listen, Karlona, like that. So basically, income tax department influencing the taxpayer behavior through non-coercive methods. Non-coercive means it is not at all forceful. Timely information, gentle prompts, data-driven insights. Large-scale data analytics, identify potential non-compliance and guide the taxpayers. Next, just-in-time fund release system. Implementing authorities, central government. Now, what is this purpose for? Just-in-time fund release system. See, earlier the thing was, I will give the money to all the department, whatever. and most of that money will lie in the account unused. Generally, that is what happens. Whatever funding is given, for example, Nirbhaya Fund, under Nirbhaya Fund was set up. Basically, for what purpose? To set up CCTV camera, enhance women's safety and security. But what always used to happen was that at the end of the year, you will see chunk of the fund will be lying there unused. So what is the problem in that? No major problem. Fund, if a fund is lying there unused, it will lapse. Then the next budget, again it will be released. Then March 31st is over, again it will lapse. This used to be the trend. No issues, let it happen. But what is the issue here? Issue is that center is giving the fund, be it to the state government, be it for itself, be it for the union territory. Let us say they are not utilizing that fund. Center is not taking all the money from its pocket. Some of this money comes from borrowing also. Correct. Fund is lying there unused. But who is paying the interest for it? Center. And the interest rates are very, very high. So now the idea is that I am not going to give you the fund. I'm the central government. I won't give you the fund. You spend the money. Whatever you need it for, you spend it first. You run a deficit. I don't care. Once after spending it, now you send me the bills. Now I will release the fund. So you show me your expense, I will release the fund. That is the point. Just in time. Hence the word. That is, as soon as you spend it, I will give it to you. If you are going to keep it unused means, I am not going to give it at all. Rather, the moment you make an expenditure, I will send the money to you. Improve cash management, reduce idle balances, enhance transparency, strengthen expenditure efficiency. Credit push model with bulk fund release. That was the earlier system. Credit push model. It was earlier. Obviously, loan-based borrowed money, I will give it to you with bulk fund releases. 30,000 crore, take. 5,000 crore, take. Like that. Now what it is? Debit pull model. Funds released only when expenditure is incurred. That is the beauty. SNA Sparsh for centrally sponsored schemes. Treasury single account and TSI hybrid for central sector schemes. Idle balances averaging 1.6 lakh crore under centrally sponsored scheme inefficiencies. Fund diversion risks, opportunity cost due to 7% borrowing rate. So, SNA Sparsh for centrally sponsored schemes, a treasury single account and a TSI hybrid for central sector schemes. So let us see that also now. SNA Sparsh, single nodal account, Samyojit Pranali Ekikrit Shigra Hastantaran, launched in the year 2023. JIT release of central share directly from RBI account based on actual expenditure and prior sanctions. That is the point here. It is directly released from whom? RBI. RBI is banker to the government of India. Public financial management system, state financial management information system, and RBI e-Kuber. All the three are integrated here. Who and all gets covered under SNA Sparsh? 28 states, 3 union territories, 73 centrally sponsored schemes. So fund diversion can be reduced, interest can be saved, because earlier, whenever you used to give fund to the states, what used to happen? Center used to pay 7% interests. For example, if you remember, the main idea here is target purpose of this is reduce revenue expenditure. What and all comes under revenue expenditure? Defense, interest payments, public administration, subsidies. So by bringing SNA Sparsh, Interest payments up to the tune of 7% what the center was paying, that is reducing. Clear? How do states contribute data to National Industrial Development Grid? Reporting it. How many industries you have? How many micro, small, and medium sector enterprises are there? They will report the data. See, bottom line, I will tell you, for all this data thing to work, states should cooperate. States should be ready to cooperate with the center. That, yeah, we will give you the data correctly. If the data reporting goes wrong by the states, then automatically everything will be affected. TSA mechanism for CS schemes. No advance transfer, funds drawn directly from RBI accounts through assignment limits. Assignment limits means for each scheme or each sector, there is a limit is there. All central sector schemes with outlay of more than 100 crore. Just a minute. Ensures JIT transfers for schemes involving private or lower tier agencies. Just a statistic fact. Next is route optimization in public distribution system. Route optimization in public distribution systems purpose is just this much, finding the shortest possible route whereby which I can save on my transportation cost, my overall fuel cost, logistics cost, so that the overall financial burden in procurement of food crops from the farmers and then taking it to the godown, from there taking it to the ration shop or to the PDS shops, that can be reduced. Clear? Developers are Indian Institute of Technology Delhi, United Nations World Food Program. That is important. Route optimization in PDS, IIT Delhi and UN World Food Program. Around 250 crore is the annual transportation savings. Now this again, target is reduce revenue expenditure to achieve FD targets, fiscal deficit targets by 2030. Freight operating information system, railway information system, and club it along with PM Gati Shakti plan. That is what and all time these things will, that is freight operations, what and all time it will go through, then integrated with the Gati Shakti plan again, which is to do with infrastructure development. General points again. Now this supports Paris Agreement and Conference of Parties commitments. Why? Because it will help in up to 35% reduction in CO2 emission, 50% reduction in average transport distances. Scheme for Special Assistance to States for Capital Investments, SASCI. SASCI, we saw it under Tourism Initiative, correct? What is it actually? Specifically, if you see, it is a 50-year interest-free loan given by central government, started off in October 2023. Support state capital expenditure in any sector. Any sector. But it should be capital expenditure. Capital expenditure means any expenditure that will give you a return on your investment. High multiplier effect. What do you mean by high multiplier effect? See, once you develop a road, surrounding it, shops will open up. Once shops opens, residents will open. Residences come, hospitals will come, schools will come. That is literally that area's development will start by itself. That is what you mean by high multiplier effect. It will crowd in private investment, that is bringing in investment. Two components itself, tied and untied. Tied and untied components simply means, tied means if you do something, then I will give you the money. If you achieve certain reforms or certain targets, I will give you fund. Untied means nothing. That money will come to you, whether you do, don't do, doesn't matter. I will give it to you as part of the scheme. Clear? So here again, 80,000 crore for reform linked and sector specific investments. 2,000 crore for states with exceptional revenue shortfall. Untied component is 68,000 crore for priority capital projects chosen by the states or union territory. Prevents pro-cyclical compression of public investment. Pro-cyclical compression of public investment. What is that pro-cyclical? Boom, recession, boom, recession. Be it life or be it economy, it is always like this. If there was a high period of high growth, then it will be followed by a period of low growth. Whatever you may say. No matter how much ever investment decisions you make, no matter how much ever futuristic outlook you keep, nobody can predict this because life is like that. Nobody will stay at the top always. You will eventually have to come down. That is the reality. All right. Now, generally, what any system will do is when there is a boom phase, all right, government also will spend because they are also having money. And when it is a recession phase, they won't spend. Again, the same thing. So here they will spend because they are collecting good taxes. Here they will not spend. This is what you mean by a pro-cyclical approach. That is according to the economy. Economy is booming, government will spend more. Economy is not doing well, government will spend less. Like that, which is actually not good. While you are actually, your economy is doing good, yeah, you can spend. But that expenditure should come again on what? It should come again on capital and to clear debts. That is what you should do. And especially when you are in a down phase, you are supposed to be doing what? You are again supposed to be putting more money in capital. Because during a down phase, how much money you invest, that will give you return later. Which is exactly what the government of India did, especially during the COVID year. Increase the expenditure on capital expenditure like anything. If you actually look at our capital expenditure year on year, it has been constantly climbing up, especially in the infrastructure and roadways area. That is why what now we are having a decent economic growth, because it is the infrastructure that is giving us the return. Correct? Clear? These are the names of some of the transfers, conditional cash transfers that we have in Mexico. Progresa Oportunidades, conditional cash transfer. School attendance, health clinic visit, nutritional monitoring for pregnant women and children. That is, you will get the cash only on account of what? If the child is going to the school regularly, attendance will be marked. Plus, if the woman and the child is having good health, then they will give the money. Payments stopped if conditions unmet. Periodic reassessment. This has led to improved education, health, and nutrition outcome. Brazil, Bolsa Familia, conditional cash transfer again. Minimum school attendance, immunization, maternal care compliance. Direct support to human capital development. Again, the same thing only. If you are attending the school, you are taking good nutrition and good care of yourself, then you will get the money. You don't take care of yourself, your education outcome of your children is low, cash won't be given to you. Philippines, Pantavid Pamilyang Filipino program, conditional and time-bound cash transfer, education and health-related conditions, time-limited benefits, periodic reassessment, graduation upon improvement. United States, opportunity, New York City. Education, health, work-related targets, explicitly time-bound, program ended after evaluation. So it is not that once they get this, whoever gets this conditional cash transfer, they keep on getting it for janam. No. Once they see that, okay, they got the benefit, now they are doing a little better than earlier, it is stopped. It is discontinued. That is not the case in our country. Once a reservation system is put on, it is like janam. Khandan after khandan will keep getting the benefit of it. Fiscal responsibility and budget management. 2003, fiscal deficit target of 3% of GDP. 3% GDP target only achieved once, 2003. Repeated deviations reduced fiscal credibility. Basically, I will tell you, 2008, great recession was there. By the time we recovered out of it, 2009 was an election year. Terror attack, etc. Then 2014 election year. 2016 demonetization. 2017 GST. 2019 December 2020. Then 21 COVID affected years. Now only we are recovering. Again 2024 we went into election. So getting fiscal deficit target was not easy. New fiscal framework target is a debt to GDP ratio at 50 plus or minus 1%. Next target deadline for that is 31st March 2031. Credit assessment model for micro, small and medium enterprises. Again, CAM model. 2025. Implementing institution is public sector bank. Automated loan appraisal, objective decision making. Existing to bank and new to bank MSME borrowers. Basically, your credit, etc., whether loans should be dispersed to you or not, that will be again decided on an automatic level. Adoption of AI in financial services to support inclusive economic development. Using AI in financial ecosystem. So 21% of the survey banks and financial institutions are already implementing or developing AI solutions. 21% now. In another 3-4 years, it will definitely hit what? 100%. So like I told you, data, once you generate it, then you give it to AI. AI will do the interpretation and will tell you what decision to take. So RBI uses free AI. Purpose of free AI, foster innovation while ensuring robust risk management. Guiding principle is 7 sutras. 7 sutras are trust, people first, innovation over restraint, fairness and equity, accountability, understandable by design, safety, resilience and sustainability. Number of strategic pillars are 6. General points, you can read it. Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana launched in 2014. Currently, as of March 2025, there are 55 crore accounts. Rural or semi-urban accounts is 36.63. That means there are more rural accounts or semi-urban accounts greater than or much greater than urban accounts. Stand Up India scheme, which is ongoing for scheduled caste, ST and women entrepreneurs. Loans anywhere between 10 lakh to 1 crore for greenfield enterprises. PM Street Vendors Atmanirbhar Nidhi, PM Swanidhi, launched in the year 2020. Target is street vendors. Collateral free working capital, graduated credit cycle. Yeah, 51.5% in the first cycle, 32.3% in the second, 16.1% in the third. Income has grown by 20%. Digital payments have increased from 45 to 83%. Formal loan access increased from 9 to 30% for street vendors. People who sell their things in these push carts. About them we are talking about here. Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, micro small enterprises, collateral free loans. Mudra we have already seen. Shishu, Kishore, Tarun, Tarun Plus. Same thing. PM Swanidhi impact. What is the impact of it? Growth by loan cycle, etc. Just general. Read only. Securities Market Code 2025, introduced in 18th December 2025, replaces the Securities Contract Act 1956, SEBI Act of 92. Board composition, independence, conflict management, transparency, regulatory sandbox. Those are the coverage areas. Henceforth, while making any rule as far as stock market or share market is concerned, public consultation made mandatory. Stakeholder feedback. Regulation should be framed only by governing board. 6 independent members. Periodic review mandatory except urgency. Then required interim orders validity. Interim orders validity capped at 180 days. Extendable with recent decisions. Maximum limit is 2 years. Any violation of rule or law has happened, if it has occurred 8 years, like you found it after 8 years or something, means no investigation will be conducted into it. Members increased from 9 to 15. 5 full-time members should be there. Members will be drawn from law, economics and market operations. Atal Pension Yojana, which we have already covered. Unified Pension Scheme, introduced to a notification dated 24 January 25, option under National Pension Scheme for central government employees. Combines the features of old and new pension system. What is the combined features here? That means you will have to make a contribution as per the NPS. You will have to make a contribution. And like the OPS, you will also get what? A defined pension amount after retirement. That is the beauty. A minimum guaranteed pension, investment-based growth, stability and flexibility. NPS Valsalya, contribution-based savings cum pension scheme for minors. Objective, secure future savings, promote early savings culture. NPS e-Shramik, launched in 2025. It's a platform for the gig workers. Integrate gig workers into formal retirement savings through the NPS program. PFRD is the regulatory authority for NPS, UPS, uh, gig workers, as well as Atal Pension Yojana, PFRDA. Sabka Bima Sabki Raksha, Amendment of Insurance Law Act 2025. Amended Law Insurance Act 1938, LIC Act 1956, IRDA Act 1999. Enhance the citizen protection, deepen insurance penetration, accelerate the sector growth, improve ease of doing business. Main highlight point is this. FDI investment into the insurance sector has been increased from 74% to 100%. That means a foreign company, insurance company, can literally enter into India and open their business here. That is the bottom line. Penalty increased from 1 crore to 10 crore. Production linked incentive scheme was introduced in 2020 to enhance domestic manufacturing, promote exports. Initial sectors covered were mobile manufacturing, electronic components, active pharmaceutical ingredients, medical devices. It has been expanded over time to include 14 sectors. Land and Resource Governance Andhra Pradesh Resurvey Project using drones, continuously operating reference station, geographic information system. Why? To basically see how many villages are there. 6901 villages, 81 lakh land parcels. Tamper-proof digital land titles. Tamper-proof means, now this digital land title, once it is there, it will clearly tell where the land is starting, land is ending, if I am owning it. So no more legal cases and all. So those people generally will say, right, there are two types of lawyers, civil lawyers, criminal lawyers. For civil lawyers, their major income, if you ask me, it is these land disputes. Land disputes can go for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. It will never settle down. So what happens because of that is the lawyer, it is like a steady income for them. He will go to the court maybe twice or thrice in a year for that one case. Easily 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. Minimum I'm talking about. 60,000 rupees for 5 minutes standing there. My lord, this document needs to be presented here. Just for telling one simple sentence. That case will keep going on. So for civil lawyers, this was the easiest way to ensure what? A steady, stable income. But maybe in the future, within another 10, 20 years, civil disputes or land disputes will become a thing of the past. Literally. Land and Resource Governance. Mukhyamantri Samaikit Chaur Vikas Yojana, Bihar. Development of Chaur lands for aquaculture. Expansion of fish-based production. Market reforms. Sauda Patrak in Madhya Pradesh. Digital platform for direct MSP-based procurement. Reduce the mandi congestion. Improved payment transparency. E-farm market. Andhra Pradesh again. Digital linkage through Raitu Bharosa Kendras. Farmers and the traders are connected directly to improve the market access again. Water management, Assam State Irrigation Plan. New irrigation schemes and solar pumps. Expanded irrigation coverage. Water management, UP, groundwater rules, regulation of groundwater extraction, marginal rise in recharge, increased extraction intensity. So these are various steps taken by various state governments to improve the utilization of resources in their own state. One is to do with land, the other is to do with water management, the other is to do with how you are utilizing the land in your area. Fruits platform, Karnataka. Unified Farmer Database, Direct Benefit Transfer Integration, MSP Procurement, Crop Survey. Technology and Climate Smart Agriculture and Agri-Stack Scheme, Jharkhand. GIS-based tracking, climate-informed planning. Fourth Agricultural Roadmap, Bihar. Policy roadmap building on previous phases. Earlier roadmaps had led to increase in fish and milk production. Just read it, people, because these are all the important things that is found in the survey. National Food Security Mission launched in 2007, renamed National Food Security and Nutrition Mission in financial year 25. Crops covered rice, wheat, pulses, coarse cereals, commercial crops, nutri cereals. This we have already covered. PM Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana. (1997) Targeted Public Distribution System, Food Security Reform. Shift from universal to targeted system, classification into BPL and APL. Was implemented nationwide, food focus subsidy delivery to poor households. 2000 Antyodaya Anna Yojana, Food Security Scheme, support to the poorest household. 2.5 crore households were identified for the same. 2013 National Food Security Act, a legal guarantee of subsidized food grain. 67% of the population, 75% in rural, 50% urban. Beneficiaries are around 81.35 crore beneficiaries. During COVID period, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, Food Security Scheme again, free food grains in addition to NFSA entitlements, fully centrally funded. All NFSA beneficiaries came under that. Okay, this general, just read it. You covered it already. PM E-Drive scheme, PM E-Bus Seva payment security mechanism. To ensure timely payments, which will also help in large-scale electric bus deployment. Production-linked incentive scheme. Wait. If I have not marked anything, please understand it as what it is general. Coming to National Mission on Manufacturing, NMM, Industrial Policy, manufacturing share is 12.9% in 2023 and to increase it at least 25% by 2035. Automotive industry, pharmaceuticals. There we have to improve the scale. Improve the scale means increase its level of production, technology, etc. Fix and transform the electronics sector and capital goods sector. Fix and transform means there are many things to be fixed here, starting with the access to semiconductor chips, etc. Speed, semiconductors, electric vehicles. Accelerate industrial growth, enhance global competitiveness, deepen integration. Okay, general points only. Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, you have ReduPave EcoFix pothole repair system designed for difficult terrain. It is deployed by the Border Roads Organization and it is adopted by states to improve road repair efficiency and context-specific solutions. Again, CSIR, Biobitumen Highway, Steel Slag Roads, End-of-Life Plastic Trials. ANSA 3, NG Trainer, Aircraft. All these are various CSIR initiatives. Okay, so basically I have tabled it in such a way that whatever major ones are there. So paracetamol, zero flow, zero liquid discharge means no harmful discharge is made while making paracetamol. Indigenous Cl2 propellant process. This is for defense or chemicals. Anusandha National Research Foundation, we have already covered it. Under that, under this Anusandha National Research Foundation, you have National Quantum Mission, National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical System, AI mission, semiconductor mission, and National Green Hydrogen mission. RDI fund, again the same thing. Integrated R&D architecture, same. General only. You can just go through it. MSME again. That's it. Whatever I have marked, definitely read it. The remaining, what you can do is you can basically just read it. That is all that you need to do. And I have told you one small homework again. MSME, whatever is there, whatever schemes are there of MSME, just write it down. As well as that, whatever is there with regard to research and development. This much you cover. Whatever once I have marked as important under economic survey, go through it. Clear? Any questions here? Give BPSC. Should I APR? Means should I go through Udaan booklet after this session or this is enough? Quickly go through that. Just once you go through it. See, most important ones we have covered, but let us not take any unwanted risk also, because just in case if that one question comes, because it is prelims, that is the reason I'm telling. Definitely cover this once again, very quickly, highlighting only the important points, which ministry, which scheme, linking it. Remaining, just quickly go through Udaan. Mostly justice scheme government, for sure, use it as an example in mains conclusion. Schemes, if you really ask me, are actually very, very important for your mains. When it comes to way forward or suggested reforms or solutions, you are always expected to write schemes there. If you really ask me, schemes are very, very important from a mains perspective rather than a prelims perspective, because for all the GS papers, it is needed. From GS1 to GS4, it is required. There is no doubt about it. Having said that, like I told you, anywhere between 4 to 10 questions directly and indirectly, you may get a question with regard to what? With regard to scheme in your prelims also. So can't take any risk. Don't ever try to skip anything. Don't ever try to, ignore it. Read it twice or thrice. Maybe that will make all the difference between clearing or not clearing prelims. I don't think it is 8 hours, right? Maybe around 4-5 hours or something. Yeah, 4-5 hours, not 8 hours. 2 hours, then now 1 hour 14 minutes. So 5 hours 14 minutes. Okay. People who are in still school or college, attend the current affairs class. That is more than enough. Having said that, please focus on your school also, because UPSC, as you know, success rate is less than 1%. So you should have a backup plan with you. Get into a proper college and get into a proper this thing. Glad to know that, Shubha. I missed this year from due to anxiety. I'm regretting. See, if you have missed filling up this form, start preparing for other exams. Don't again sit this whole year with UPSC alone. Give other exams, give other state services, central services, whatever exam is out there, keep giving everything. That's the only thing to do. If you're 17, wait till you join the college. After you join the college, then you can consider taking up any one of the PW courses. That is the bottom line. Do we have to memorize the year of the scheme? Manoj, if the scheme is very old, Fasal Bima Yojana, National Food Security Mission, you will have to memorize the year. You will have to, no other go. Because see, exam is becoming tougher. It is not at all becoming easier. So you will have to remember it. There is no other way for it. Very good. Give it. See, ultimately, let me tell you one thing. Some of my friends who actually, showed that attitude, that is, we will not appear in any state services that I had. I mean, he's still my friend only. So what he did was that he wrote the state services. Okay. Twice he cleared prelims. Twice. He did not write the mains. Getting the thing here. You cleared the prelims and you're not writing the mains of the exam. Or what is the claim? I'm not interested. I'm only interested in UPSC. Then there was this other gentleman again till now after crossing 30. After crossing 30 years, now he is appearing for state services. Imagine the pressure on him. Both are high level of, misplaced optimism, I would say, call it. Now he finally cracked, okay, he cracked UPSC, he went into forest service, no doubts. But again posted somewhere like thousands of kilometers away from his hometown. In a totally different state, totally different culture, totally different food, everything is different. So occasionally I ask him just to taunt him, don't you regret not writing this? He will never accept it, but I know he is regretting it because if he would have simply wrote that means that year, he would have cleared it. Not once, but twice. Write it, write the exam, attend the interview, you get the job, then decide whether you want to go for it or not. Till then, don't take any risk. Can you explain APY? Yeah, ego, that's it. Atal Pension Yojana is basically meant for those people who are between the ages of 18 to 40 years, who are working in the unorganized sector. You, based on the contribution that you give, you will get a pension. If your contribution is very, very, very less and your pension amount is finally very low, means government will compensate you a little. Pension amounts will start from rupees 1000 per month onwards. Keep writing, Manoj. Keep writing, that is the only way. Only when you keep on writing it, your answer writing speed will improve. All right, people. So give every exam out there. Give every exam. You never know where your luck is going to be. In which sector or which area God is going to bless you. All right. Because some exams, let me tell you, some postings, some jobs, maybe it doesn't have that level of fan following or a huge newspaper cutout will come about you. Nothing will be there. But sometimes that job will be very perfect for you. After joining it only, you will get to know this is the best job. This is exactly what I wanted. Mental peace, coming on time, going on time. I'm not taking my work home, nor am I bringing my home to my office. Nothing. This is perfect. Like that also some jobs are there. Group B, Group A services within central as well as state government. So give every exam out there. What courses are there for students who are going 11th standard for UPSC prep? Swarnim Kulkarni, please sit and focus on 11th and 12th. In 11th and 12th, you need to just attend current affair lectures. That is enough. Elimination for only two type of question. I have never believed in elimination, to be very honest. I have always found it to be very, very confusing. I have always followed only one principle. Attempt if you know. That's it. If you know it, attempt it. You don't know it, find out how many questions are there like that. Maybe there is a list of 15 questions at least will be there, which you are doubtful of. In that again, mark which you are like very, very sure of. Because this 15 questions which you are doubtful, between where your doubt is between two options, that will determine your fate. So don't go with any preconceived notion. Oh, okay, for this many questions, then for 70 questions I should attempt, 80 questions I should attempt. Don't ever go with such preconceived notion. Go with only an empty mind. Like, okay, when I read a question, looking at the options, applying intelligence and what I have studied, what could be the right answer here? That is the only thing you're supposed to focus on. Should I integrate this scheme as a conclusion in GS 1, 2, 3, and 4? Depends on the question. It is not about integrating. Integration you can do. Yeah, there is nothing wrong with it. Integration you can do. That is topic wise you can give. For agriculture sector, if any question is asked, these are the schemes I will recommend for improving the life of farmers, for improving the life of self-help group, women farmers, women entrepreneurs, like that you can put it up. For society-based questions, these are the way forward that I am going to write. Like that you can integrate it. Sanidhya, join a college first. To become IPS, etc. means you have to give the UPSC exam. Plenty of videos are there in this thing. So find out about UPSC exam, visit the UPSC website. स्वरूप साहू, चश्मा पहन के कौन क्लास करता है बे? मैं. I take class with a chashma. What time tomorrow? Tomorrow, you don't have tomorrow. The next marathon session is on Thursday. People don't miss it on Thursday. Again, I'm telling you all, because Thursday, if my memory serves me right, I think it will be CSAT. I think, to the best of my knowledge. Okay. So it is class at 9 a.m. every Monday and Thursday. Don't miss it. These are Udaan series. What about art and culture and science and tech? Should I study details or how? As in, should I study details means? You have to study right. Art and culture as well as science and technology, it's the art is in the detail. You need to know the specifics of it, the basics of it. You have to study it. Mains answer writing tips, please. Actually, to be very honest, there are no tips for that. So first you need to analyze the paper and see which is the most repeated topic. So if I'm talking about my subject polity, Article 21 is a repeated topic. Article 16 is a repeated topic. Information Technology Act is a repeated topic. So what will I do? Article 21, what are the latest judgments involved in it? Similarly for Article 16, latest judgment, latest issues. IT Act also, what are the latest amendments to the Act? That I will take up. I will study it really well. Then I will read the question. So the question will be old. But when I write my answer, I will write it in the most updated fashion. That is how you do it. Every topic, that is how you do. You pick up the repeated topic You study on the topic and then write the answer. For example, if you're talking about history, Harappa and Mohenjo-daro civilization, repeated topic. Geography, Pacific Circum Ring of Fire, repeated topic. So these keeps on popping up. Society topic, if you take, you are definitely going to get issues surrounding women and children. So you should collect all the latest data, all the latest schemes, all the latest problems associated with women and children. That you need to collect. Then you need to write the answer. The main highlight I will tell you, it is the data part. What percentage of women are suffering from what? What percentage is doing what? What percentage? Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, obviously you should know, okay, there was a citadel, there was a lower town, there was a great bath, how the cities were, grid roads, proper division, lower house, how was it? Where was the drainage? How was it? Was it covered or uncovered? That detailing you should study properly. Then write the answer. That is left to you, Manoj. Depends upon your ability to retain. Clear, people? That's what it is. By staying away from online and not coming and commenting in YouTube section. How to structure the answer based on the demand of the question. So when you get any question, first thing to see for it is whether there are anything that needs to be defined or explained. Then, should I talk about its merits or demerits? Should I give the data for it? Discuss about its current problems, solutions or schemes. This will be the general structure. I have not studied in detail for now. When exam is near, what to do from here? Now, what will you do in 1 month? I don't know. To be very honest, I don't know. Sit and watch the Udaan series of various subjects. That way, at least one day, if you spend, you should be able to cover all the subjects. If your Kundali is also good, probably you will crack prelims. Is public administration good optional? Every optional is good as long as you're interested in studying it. It depends on your interest only, nothing else. You're interested in it, you will score in it. You're not interested in it, no matter whichever optional it is, you're not going to score in it. People are scoring good even in mathematics. People are scoring good even after taking mechanical engineering. People are scoring good even after taking physics as an optional, commerce as an optional. Why? Interest is there. Optional is something which you should take up just because you're interested in studying it, not because somebody suggested it to you. America or Iran? Enter 10 edits. I think you're still too young to understand that it is not America or Iran, it is India. India forever. America and Iran can go to hell for all I care. I don't care about both the countries, to be very honest. Yeah, anything. See, it's your interest ultimately. Let's call it a day, people. Take care.